when when the community of the world is trying to sort of integrate them or merge them or kind of force them together to make them work with each other. Um, I think we have to really think hard about that. But also, we know that Western science has a role to play in climate because that's one of the primary transmission of knowledge that's happening around the world. So we welcome that today in this conference, and so we have a number of speakers who are going to talk to us about climate from a Western perspective. They're going to talk about climate from a data perspective, and also what's happening with our government. So with that, I wanted to introduce Mr. Doug Kluck. Doug is going to speak about um, the difference between normal and extreme weather, how our climate is changing, and what we should anticipate. Doug is a Central Region Climate Services Director for NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Doug's region covers 14 north central U.S. states from Colorado to Michigan. He also serves as a tribal liaison for his office, NOAA NISDIS. So with that, please welcome Doug.
Hey, it's the second time I really clap. Thank you very much. Feel like a lounge singer. Thank you, James. James and I go back to about, I don't know, 2008 or so, where we met. I think we met in Kansas City. But he's the reason I'm here. I'll say that, and you can blame him for what I'm going to say. So James will be here to take any blame that I garner. After listening to some of the talks this morning, I went to my last slide, and I wasn't sure I was going to get to this slide because I wanted to show an example, and I wish there were some younger people in here earlier. I don't know where they went, but I wanted to show this poster that was done with Glyphwick. Anybody know what Glyphwick is before I say what it is, other than you? I also know that guy. Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission. Okay, so these are Ojibwe, some Ojibwe people, and NOAA, and we have some Native people that work for NOAA too. Obviously, they have good connections with some tribes, mostly Ojibwe tribes around the Great Lakes. And we went to them and said, "Hey, what about putting a poster together about climate and climate change? Would you entertain that idea?" And they said, "Of course." So they also want to sustain their language, like Nakota people. So we said, well, we want it to be yours. So we worked with this Glyphwick group, Fish and Wildlife Commission, and they had an artist, and I'm sorry I cannot remember her name, something Hart, and I'm sorry I don't remember her first name. She is the artist. This is original art, and it's a poster. This is the front side of the poster, and it does tell a story of their Thunderbirds and when they came, and sort of a little background and a little bit of a history of that. On the other side of the poster is this, and I know it's very hard to read, but it's in English, but there's a lot of Ojibwe language mixed in, and then there's a whole bunch of weather terms here, Ojibwe weather terms, translation, things like that. It's something I'm interested in pursuing with others, and even more with the Ojibwe. There's a whole range of information one could translate, if you will, or use for education. K through 12 outreach. They're very popular posters, so we were giving them away at a climate change meeting up in St. Paul, and we ran out of posters, and that's a good thing. Anyway, I've contacted a couple folks, again, through some people within NOAA at the University of Minnesota who speak Dakota, right? And we're going to try to get something together in this next fiscal year, 2023. I just wanted to let you guys know that because it may be important to you, maybe something we could work on in the future. Always takes a few funds, but and you can get this online. You can get it online. I don't know. I probably will have to find, if someone really wants it and wants to print it out and all that business, let me know. So there you go. But it's a great educational tool. How do I go backwards in this really fast? I could do that. You can see my whole slideshow. So you get so one thing I always try not to do is be overly technical. And I've got who someone said I'm they're a very visual person. So am I, and I just think everybody else is too. So I have a lot of visuals. And I'm trying not to put you to sleep. So if you get tired, ask me a question. Okay, if you start going like this, ask me a question. I appreciate it. We like James and I like people talking to us and talking at us. So talk at me. I'm going to talk about climate trends around the world and in the northern plains. I'm even going to talk about outlooks because someone was complaining how dry it is, and it is super dry in this area, but not just here. All the way down through Nebraska, southern plains, and even both sides, east and west. These are just some photos from the summer. And you may know some of these places. The Cedar Canyon fire in Nebraska was kind of a big one. There's just, I mean, this could be anywhere, dried up. And by now it's dried up, I can guarantee you. And then just really bad harvest or bad fields. These are out of Montana. More signs of drought, as if you don't know what that looks like. 2020, remember 2020, 2019, how wet it was, how green everything was? That's what it looks like today, same field. So, what's been happening around the world, right? Again, I know you guys can't see this. I apologize. I should redo this so you can see all these things and make them bigger. Here's the top 10 warmest years globally since 1880. And I should say, I work for a group called the National Centers for Environmental Information. They collect climate information from around the world. And they analyze it. And then they try to figure out if it's getting warmer, colder, and what the trend is with everything. Not just temperature, but precipitation and all kinds of information. So there's a storehouse, if you will, of data. And we're sort of responsible for not only holding it and keeping it and giving it to anybody who wants it, but also analyzing it a little bit. So here's the top 10 years of the warmest it's ever been across the U.S. If you could read this, you would see that 2016 in the world was the warmest, 2020 was the second, 2019 was the third, 2015, 2017, 2021, 2018, 2014, 2010, 2013, and 2005. Is there a trend there? Yeah, it's all since 2005, the top 10 years. This year, and I don't know if I have it right here. Yeah, this year will likely be a top 10 year as well. 2022 will also be another top 10 year. Yay, top 10, right? No, that's not good. Just some stats. It's the 2021 was the warmest year on record, fourth warmest year on record for the U.S. Sixth overall in the world. 2005 to 2021 was had the top 10 warmest years globally since records began. Global. I know we're pretty far away from the ocean here, but guess what? It has a big impact on us. And the heat of the ocean is warming up. The oceans are expanding because of that heat. Sea level rise is occurring. Glaciers melt, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, just some stats on the world. Here's a chart if you want to look at. Oh, here we go. She was falling asleep. She wants to ask a question. I love it. I don't know how to turn those on. She does. The frequency on, yes. So the frequency, well, here's the way to look at that is to say that more record warm temperatures are occurring now than cold temperatures. And it's been that way for the last 50 years or so. So when you hear about a record high somewhere or really warm temperatures somewhere, it's not offset equally by a bunch of record cold temperatures. They still occur, by the way. You can still get cold. Remember, what was it, 2 years ago? We had that huge Arctic outbreak, went all the way down to Texas. That was freaking cold down there. Yeah. So we set a bunch of records back then. Oh, faster than they had thought it would. Yeah, right. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, no doubt. We're we try to predict these things, but we're not perfect. The science isn't perfect, and you all know that. And I'm not trying to tell you that this is absolute, but this is pretty close. What I'm going to show you is based on data that was taken from thermometers and such, at least the temperature and precipitation data. Here's the record since 1880 in the world. If you combine all the land and ocean temperatures that we have, and this is sort of the zero line, as in we're not getting warmer or colder. It's just average. And you can see that as we go to 2022, and here's where we are in 2022 so far, we've gone up and we've gone up, and you're going to see this when some of the graphs I show. I hope that we're going faster lately, which may be something you've heard too, which is also not good. Oh, okay, I'll do that instead. Well, here's an example of that. If we look at the temperature trends around the world from from 1901 to 2020, which is recent, you see that almost the entire world is covered in this kind of pink color. That all means that we're warmer. It's degrees per Celsius per decade, if you care, but it's all showing that we've warmed up from 1901 to 2020. The entire world is warming, except for a few little teeny spots around the globe like that. This is taking the same information, but only from 91 to 2020. So in the last 30 years, more or less, showing, okay, we've warmed up across the globe over this period. We're warming at a rate of 0.1 to 0.2 degrees Celsius, even more so up here, 0.3, which is quite a bit per decade. That's every 10 years we warm up that much, right? In the last 30 years, we're going up 0.6 degrees Celsius, which is like a degree every 10 years. And that's across the northern parts of the U.S. or northern part of North America and Asia down into Central Asia and places like that. So the degree of warming is greater over the last 30 years. So it's been going up. Now it's going up more, faster. Okay. Globally. All right. Not necessarily in your backyard. Okay. This is this year so far, 2022. And generally, it's been warmer than normal across North America, right, where we live. But other places have been record warmest. Wherever this dark red stuff is, it's never been warmer than that before. But here we see cooler than normal temperatures. Why is that? Anybody know? There is a phenomena going on in the Pacific, and it goes back and forth. Shh, you can't say this. Anybody want to guess? It's a Spanish term. El Nino, but La Nina. It's the opposite of El Nino. La Nina is happening, which means cooler than normal Pacific Ocean temperatures. And we've had it for 3 years in a row, and some people will say that's why we're having drought this is our third year going into drought in our backyards here. You can blame La Nina. And then I have this question posed over there. So what? So what if we have these phenomena? So what if the thing we need to think about is, even if we don't have, there's things we call cascading events. So things that happen elsewhere, right? Things that happen elsewhere do impact us. We know this, right? Smoke in California smoke in Canada? Does it ever smoke in Wyoming? Does it ever affect us here or in South Dakota anywhere or North Dakota? Yes, it makes our air quality bad. That's one cascading effect. What about agriculture? Do prices go up because corn doesn't grow as well or soybeans? Absolutely. Those are cascade effects from migration of people, animals, plants. Yeah, it happens all the time. There's armadillos in Kansas City. Armadillos. It doesn't make sense. Are there armadillos here yet? No, they're coming. Are there armadillos in South Dakota? Anybody ever seen one? They're coming. They're coming. It's funny. It's kind of funny, I guess. There's all kinds of, we've had supply chain issues. Some of those are caused by climate issues, climate change. And then, of course, wars like what's going on in Ukraine, which may also have connections to changes in climates. Anyway, I don't want to belabor that point too much. Here are some of the changing climate conditions around the world that contribute to extremes. So losing Arctic sea ice, you've heard that before. We don't have as much sea ice as we used to. Sea surface temperatures rising, heat, generally oceans warming, sea level going up, temperatures over land, humidity going up, snow going down, temperatures in the lower atmosphere going up, glaciers retreating, etc. Those are just examples of all things that are climate related. And this graph, I'm shifting from global now to US. This shows the 10 hottest years on record in the US. Here's 2021. That was last year. I'm not sure. What's it say here? I'm not sure where we're going to come in this year. But I can tell you that in September, you thought September was warm, and into October was pretty warm. It's its fifth warmest. And North America had its warmest September of all time in 2022. Interesting, huh? And if you look at all these dates, there's some interesting ones here. I'm not sure if anybody was born or alive in 1934. I don't want to ask, but I'll just say that was that. Remember the Depression? James was here, right? Do you remember James? 1934? No, you don't remember. You were little. But here's some other years. The warmest U.S. was 2012. 2012. Remember how hot and dry that year was. 2016, 2017, 2021, 2015, 2020, 2006, 98, 34, and 99. So there's 1 year in the U.S. This is lower 48, by the way, not the whole U.S. Yes, sir.
Does that correlate with the hurricanes and stuff?
So I would say it probably correlates with some of the number of hurricanes. Is that what you're kind of saying? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. And hurricanes are tricky when it comes to climate change. Is it causing more of them? Not necessarily. Is it causing stronger ones? That's the question that we're trying to figure out. So what was this one that just hit? Ian, right? Ian really got strong right before it hit the coast. It was strong out in the ocean, but then it really went up right before it hit.
So the other thing is we have deniers. They said that I keep saying the Earth is warming up, and then you have those that are saying, yeah, but it's going to rain, extreme rain or snow.
I'm going to get to the extreme rain in a little bit, but we're still going to have cold. We're still going to have winter, just like we have summer. But we're going to start seeing the seasons get longer. The warm season become a little longer. Already in agriculture, they're growing things in places that they haven't been able to in the past because the growing season has increased. Okay, and if you look at animals, you look at bugs, and even plants, they're shifting. And people with hay fever, is your season longer than it used to be? If you sneeze all the time, and yeah, those are some indications that you want that first freeze. Come on, freeze, because it knocks it down and you feel better. So I understand that. So there are health impacts, definitely. that go along with a longer growing season and climate change. No two ways about it. As well as forest fire and the smoke and water, air quality and all that stuff. I'm going to skip the $1 million disaster stuff because they're going to get to that later. Okay. This is a graph, and I know these graphs are boring, but this is the annual maximum temperature trend in the northern Great Plains and Rockies. So this is Nebraska, Dakotas, Montana, and Wyoming, all lumped together. And what we see here is that every decade we're going up about 0.2 of a degree, but every decade. Yes, so you have to think about every 10 years we're going up. So if you get 50 years together, that's 1 degree, blah, 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 et cetera. The other thing I wanted to show you was, what did I do? There's 2 different things. Oh, yeah. So this is looking at the entire period of record back to in this case, 1895 to today. That's the trend. But if we look at just from about 1990 to now, you've doubled the rate of heat, doubled the rate of heating. So it's actually warming up faster than it used to. The trend went from like this to like this. So it's warming up more quickly. Oh, I also want to make a sales pitch for this website. I know you can't read this. It's called Climate at a Glance. If anybody really wants to look at their backyard, okay, go to Google and type in Climate at a Glance. Climate at a Glance. You can actually pick out not every city, okay? So there's only a few cities in each state, but you'll get something close to you. But you can pick a county. You can pick something we call a climate division. You can pick your state. You can pick a region like this, U.S. and global. And you can play for, if you're a climatologist like me, you can do this for hours. It's fun. But for you may really want to know what your rate of heating, cooling, and precipitation. And there's a few other variables you can look at too. What's going on with rain in your backyard as well. Okay. Speaking of rain, we just computed, let's see if I got this right. Yep. We just computed the latest 30-year averages, normals. We call them normals. Okay. So the normal temperature, the normal precipitation for your, and if you watch TV meteorology, they say the normal today, and probably today, the normal high is 60 here, I'll say. And that's about what it's going to be, actually. It's a very normal day. But we recompute them every 10 years. So every 10 years, we move the period of analysis, if you will, 10 years. So this is 1991 to 2020. We'll do it again, and we'll do this again at 2030 in that time. We'll recompute these. A lot of businesses, a lot of meteorologists like to look at this and figure out what is normal, right? We hardly ever hit normal, by the way. But if you compare normal precipitation, if you compare, this is precipitation. So 1991 to 2020 minus the last century. This is what you see. What does this mean? This is rain or precipitation, snow and rain, everything mixed together. All these areas with green, dark green especially, in through South Dakota and the upper plains and Midwest, everywhere that's green shows that the last 30 years have been wetter. 30 years as a whole have been wetter. Now, again, that ended in 2020, and you know what happened in 18 and 19, and to some degree in 2020. It was very wet. This is the temperature map for the same thing. Last 30 years compared to the last century. Everywhere it's red, warmer. And, once you get to the dark red, it's over a degree, over a degree Fahrenheit warmer. So, and that's compared to the last century. And drier where they don't want to be drier in the desert, right? Wetter where I guess we do sort of want to be wetter, but we don't want it all in 1 year like we've had it. Okay. This is going back to 1901 to 1930 and then moving 10 years at a time. This is a little bit technical, so bear with me here. This is 1900 to 1930. Here's 1911 to 1940, et cetera. So we're moving through time on the top, moving through time up till now. This is temperature. Again, blue is cool, red is warm. Do you see a trend? Especially as we get to the latter half of our analysis time. Warmer, right? You're seeing more and more warmth building into the each of these charts. Also, whoops, you can look at precipitation in the same way. Again, 30-year chunks, looking at 30-year chunks compared, this is all compared to the same thing, by the way. 30-year chunks of 1901 to 1930, all the way up to 1991 to 2020. Do you see a pattern there as we move from 51 to 80, 61 to 90, 71 to 2000, 81 to 2010? Certain areas are getting wetter, certain areas are getting drier. This doesn't mean this is going to stay this way because we're here now. It doesn't mean we're going to stay that way at all. We could be some other shape, but it's probably going to be similar in a lot of ways. Okay. I guess the only thing I really wanted to show here was this map that shows trends in flood magnitude. Floods are getting worse, especially in the Red River Valley. The magnitude of the floods are getting higher. Some along the Missouri here and some of the other sort of Midwestern areas. I don't have a lot out here in the high plains, but we do know that stream flows, average runoffs are decreasing with time. We also know when it rains, it pours, and this doesn't show it very well, but we're seeing more extreme rainfall. When it does rain, it rains very, very heavy. And I'll get to more of that in a few minutes. Okay, here's where I took individual cities. This is Sioux Falls. And I'll show you some other cities in just a moment, but they're all the same. They're all the same in the fact that I'm graphed the same thing. And I hope I promise this is the last graph I show you, but I bet it's not true. Okay, so here's Sioux Falls, 1948 to now. This is their trend line in terms of precipitation, how much rain they get. Do you think it's getting warmer? You think it's getting wetter or drier in Sioux Falls since 1948? What would be your guess? Up or down? Up. Yeah, that's what the line shows. And if you looked at how many inches that is, that's 75 hundredths of an inch, 3/4 of an inch per decade wetter. That's a lot more water. Does it ever flood on the Big Sioux, Little Sioux rivers? Yeah, a lot. James, Vermilion, all those rivers on the eastern part. Yep. Often. Here is, I got to look close too. I can hardly read it. Here's Rapid City. Here's Rapid City. Generally wetter, like I said. This is showing about a third of an inch increase every decade since about 1948. And there is Bismarck. Anybody interested in Bismarck? You can, by the way, all these graphs I'm showing up here, you can find them yourself. Again, at that Climate at a Glance place. Now, is it true everywhere? Here's Sheridan, Wyoming. It's actually a small decrease. Now, it's almost negligible. It's about 1/10 of an inch downwards, drier. Here's, this is the whole northern, yeah. Okay, so there's Sheridan, Wyoming. I also looked at Lander and Billings. They're also on a downward trend in terms of precipitation, total for the year. This is the whole northern Rockies area and plains. So that's those states I mentioned before, all mostly showing an increase over that entire area. But that may not be specific enough for your need. You may need to go look at a city or a county that you're more interested in looking at. Yes, it does work. You got to push it and it turns red, I think. Yeah.
So why do you think that other areas are increasing?
I'm going to talk a little bit about it in a minute, but generally, when you warm up the air, and all indications are that it's warming. When you warm up the air, you can evaporate a lot more moisture. You can hold in the air a lot more moisture. Okay, the Gulf of Mexico is getting a lot warmer, or is getting warmer too, where the hurricanes are, and that air is basically where most of the moisture that falls comes from here, believe it or not. and everywhere in the plains. So if the air is warmer, it can hold more moisture. When you do get a cold front or some storm system that comes through and you start wringing that out, you're going to get more moisture. It's easier to see the further east you go, that climb, if you will, that increase in precipitation. But it's basically because air is warmer, it can hold more moisture. That's why you see that incline or increase. Right. It's a great question. In some places like the Southwest U.S., there's two answers to that. One is they're seeing less rainfall because of more, I'm guessing because of more high pressure and less systems moving through. So it's basically becoming even more of a desert climate than it was in the past. The other reason we have drought is that you can actually have increasing rain and have and more drought. It sounds wrong, but what I just said was you can have more evaporation, more evapotranspiration. So if it warms up enough, you need a lot more rain just to break even, if you will. Does that make sense? Oh, we got another question. I like these controversial questions because they're hard for me to answer sometimes. And I don't know everything.
I guess mine is kind of off that, but so how does NOAA contribute to the National Drought Assessment?
Yeah.
Because I mean, all this, you know, you're talking about evaporation contributing to drought. We have counties in South Dakota that are surrounded by other areas that are in drought designation by the federal government and by the state, but like all the reservations,
Yeah.
for instance.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, because they aren't, you know, the reservation counties like Todd County is not a drought designation, but all the counties around it are. And you know, how is that possible that only the reservations don't have a drought?
Yeah, it shouldn't be that way, right? If you're just as dry as they are. So here's the thing about rain.
Yeah, because we are dry. You know, I have pictures of cracks in the ground throughout the reservation. That's how dry it is. I mean, they're not little cracks either.
Understand. There are several ways to communicate that to those drought monitors directly. Yes. Do you want to know what they are? All right. Is Laura here yet? Okay. So Laura Edwards is your state climatologist for South Dakota. She helps and she used to be a drought monitor author. She's not anymore, but she used to make those maps when she had a different job. Anyway, Laura Edwards is a great person to communicate with, and she does not get enough information from tribal areas, period. So whether we need more rain gauges or more people sending in pictures, and there is a place to even do that. It's called CMOR. Help me, CMOR. CMOR is another thing you might want to try typing in, or CMOR drought, because you can go on there, put your pictures on there, and say it's damn dry, and we think it should be a designation D2 or whatever, if you know what that means. D2 is D0 to D4, is D4 being absolutely the worst. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But I mean, so actually, I looked at that website, and according to part of that, to be contributing to the drought monitor, you have to qualify.
Talk to Laura when she gets here. She's going to you're going to be here tomorrow morning? Please. She's your contact in South Dakota. She'll tell you everything you need to do and get you set up, and anybody else in this room, unless you're from North Dakota. No, if you're from North Dakota or any other state, there's ways to get you signed up and be a contributor to that. And there is a need for more tribal voices when it comes to drought. Sir. Oh. Here. You want to borrow this one?
Doug, it's me.
Oh, it's you. Who's this man?
Excuse me. But you know what, Paula, on your question about with the tribe and us having drought declarations all around us, and then the tribes are a sovereign nation, so we don't get declared by the state. So that's what happened with us at the Oglala Sioux tribe these past few years, where everyone around us, all the state counties got it, but we didn't get it. So we come together this year. We worked with Nathan Edwards. We're getting them together now. What we're looking at is getting all this data together, because we have to do a tribal declaration where we're not going to be looking for the state dollar or the state assistance. It's going to be tribal, sovereign, nation to nation. One thing we learned is each federal agency has a different criteria for drought declaration. You got the USDA over here with theirs, FEMA with theirs, different agencies. So what we're working on in Pine Ridge is getting a group together to bring on all the federal agencies. We already had one meeting a couple weeks ago with President Killer, and we invited the federal agencies and then our tribal programs that work with drought. And that was one thing that we had we had to look at, was the criteria needed for drought declarations. So right now we're trying to do our strategies for drought and climate change, and because we noticed that in Pine Ridge, where right now we are in part of our reservations in extreme drought. So we need to look at getting a drought. We have an Oglala Sioux tribe approved ordinance drought adaptation plan, and I think Rosebud has one too, because we get our BIA assistance from grants on climate change grants, but we work together as the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, and we work together on that. So, but Rosebud's kind of been more advanced in working in this too. But right now, what we're looking at is strategies for drought declaration, fire, agriculture, domestic, wildlife, ranching, taking all that into consideration. But then again, who is going to be our assistants? Who's going to be? Are we going to be using the drought monitors for FEMA? Are we going to be using agriculture for USDA? Are we going to be using different this data that we're getting to acquire some assistance? And then we're looking at an action plan. We got an adaptation plan that we identified our issues with drought, but then again, what are we going to do about it? So that's like an emergency response plan. So we're working on that too. But thank you, Doug.
Oh. Okay. Here I go. Oh, you got a microphone. Okay, good.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, go. Sorry.
Okay, what about the prophecies? Can you talk about the prophecies?
I do not feel comfortable talking about your prophecies. I do not.
The prophecy, the 21st century prophecies are saying, Alaska, thousands of years and years, the icebergs are right there. It's Nimini. Gradually, it's all thaw out. And I think you mentioned 30 inches or something like that. The Pacific Ocean right now, last time I know, was like 18 inches water is rising right now. And I think you mentioned 30 inches or something like that. No matter where we go and no matter what, there's nothing safe here in the climate change. Nothing. We can't go nowhere. We can't go after water. We can't go no food. Everything's going to be dry. So what we're going to do? Is anybody can answer that? The climate changes. When that happened, 30 inches of water rising. The water rising all the way back to the Colorado, Denver, Colorado. Water will be pushing all the way up here. If we want to go see the ocean, we go Denver right there. And the prophecy is saying that China, a small country, the country will be diminished. There'll be nothing. It'll be all water. And yet over here we want water. We want water, and yet it's coming from on the other side. We got a problem. Who can we go? What can we do? The Wakantunga is the number one. Thank you.
Thank you. My good friend James has told me I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to go faster. And okay, 10. Already talked about heavy rainfall. It's happening more often. You talk about 1 in 100-year floods, or 100-year rainfall and flood, for that matter. Yes, there's evidence saying it's happening more often. More rain's falling. When it rains, it pours. Again, I'm reiterating that. Yes, sir.
I forgot something.
Go ahead.
The world like that, the round, half of the world, extreming it hot, and it's going to frigid cold. So which one? Us are over that way. One of them is going to be frigid cold, and one's going to be extremely hot. And thank you.
Thank you. Here's some pictures of extremes that happened before. There's the Onawa. Everybody know where Onawa, Iowa is, in the Omaha tribe. There's their casino back in 2011. This is up the road in Crow Reservation. I think this is Rapid City somewhere. Someone sent me that picture. Colorado. What's it called down there? Anyway, this is somewhere in the plains. There's the famous falls, and there's another drought. All of those are extreme events. There's one thing you guys have been asking me all the time here, or been asking me over and over again, and this is sort of important. So when this is our normal climate, okay, and we shift towards warm, if we shift our climate towards warm, we have more chances, more probability of getting this extreme heat than we used to. That's what's going on. We have better chances. Doesn't mean every hot event is because of climate change, but it does mean we have a better chance of seeing 110 degrees in Seattle like we did last year. Same with precipitation. We're shifting this curve. We're shifting it so that we're getting less of these very light precipitation events and more heavy. But it could only be 1 or 2%, but it makes a huge difference around the world and anywhere. All right. $1 billion disasters, something we have every day, right? Not yet. So here's some numbers, okay? And I know you can't read this. I'm just going to cut to the chase and get to the update because these numbers have been updated slightly. The U.S. has sustained 338 separate weather and climate disasters since 1980. Now, 1980, I was alive. It doesn't seem like that long ago, does it? Well, it was. But anyway, 338. Damage and costs reached over $1 billion, and this is inflation adjusted. Total direct costs exceeded $2.295 trillion. All that adds up to almost $2.3 trillion. Trillion. We're not talking billions. We're definitely not talking millions, right? All right, I'm going to move on. Sorry, this is 2022 so far. Those are all events that have happened this year that qualify as $1 billion+ disasters. There's Ian right there. That's as of the end of September. Moving on, there is the 1980 on this side to this year, to 2022. The colors mean the type of disaster. The colors mean type of disaster. the height means the number. And these lines, I'm not going to go into it, but that's the billions of dollars in costs. That's a chart of billion-dollar disasters since 1980 across the U.S. and U.S. alone. Okay. Where does it cost the most to live? If you want $1 billion disaster, move to Louisiana or Texas or Florida. If you take state, what do they say? Percent of state GDP, gross domestic product, into account. In other words, sort of like an economic angle. Louisiana's worst, but guess what, Dakotas? You get your fair share of billion-dollar disasters based on your state's gross domestic product. So in other words, if you look at this map, you're saying, oh, the disasters are down along the Gulf Coast. Absolutely. But if you look at this in terms of the cost to your state, it's a little bit more up here. All right. Just looking at Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming combined, this is your chart. 1980 to now. Each of these colors mean different things. So green is severe storms. That's more weather related. It's not necessarily climate. It can be, but it's not necessarily. You don't get any tropical cyclones, sorry. Freeze events, flood events. Flood events are dark blue. Winter storms are purple. Wildfires, you're seeing more wildfires showing up. You're seeing more drought showing up and severe weather showing up as we move into the future. Or not the future, and closer to now. These are realized. This is when they occur. These are all the months. The 12 months, not the 13. January through December. June is the most disastrous month. Again, we're talking about those states I mentioned earlier, sort of the north central part of the U.S. This is when you might see the most likelihood of having a severe event. And again, the colors are coded by type. So drought, and it makes sense. I mean, as you move into the summer, drought becomes more of an issue, right? Wildfires, orange, become more of an issue as you move into later parts of the year. That's when you tend to see them more often. I did not mention all of this is online. Anybody can go look it up. I didn't make this stuff up. Someone else did, but no. No one made it up. It's what it is. It's online. This is looking at frequency. When are you going to have the most of these billion-dollar disasters? Again, you can find this online. It looks like June and July, to some degree, and even August, 1 to 2 are sometimes likely, especially in June. But that's usually severe weather. If you want to look at counties, and I know we've got counties in here that we can pull out and look at very closely, but if you want to look at counties and disasters and kind of judge your risk, there's a tool out there to do that. There's also another one I'm going to talk about in a minute to look at social vulnerability. Now, this gets beyond a lot of what I know about, but I know this tool is online and people should play with it. I've only played with it a little bit. It's all part of the same web page, but you can actually click down all the way down to your county, and I'm going to show you an example of them. This is Pennington County. Is that correct? Good. I got it right. Here's Pennington County. Darn it, you guys can't see this. This is the risk and vulnerability for Pennington County, and it goes down and it goes through all these percentages of Pennington County compared to South Dakota, Pennington County compared to the U.S., Pennington County future risk, agricultural damage, mortality, energy expenditures, blah, 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 blah. And then it also looks at socioeconomic vulnerabilities. Again, this is not my strength, but what I'll say is some of those things are living below poverty level. There's census data for all this stuff, right? It's in here. It's in here. And it sort of puts things in perspective at a county level. Right, so you can actually click on this map and out comes that, if you know where to click. Okay, sorry. There's the social vulnerability one for severe storms. What county lights up the most? I believe it's Dallas County is the brightest county. That's not good. So if a tornado goes through Dallas County, it's bad news, right? And they're in Tornado Alley. So anyway. Okay, can you read that a little better? A little bit better. These are some of the other categories you can go in and click on, and you can get maps for it. So you can get maps for below, like I said, below poverty, income, no high school diploma, 65 and older, under 18, disabled populations, blah, 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 blah. Future risk, as I mentioned before, I need to spend a lot more time on this before I feel comfortable with it. But I want you to know it's out there. The other thing the Biden administration, with NOAA and FEMA and a few other federal agencies, just put out was this CMRA tool. You can actually go and pull up what areas of the U.S. are under drought. This says people experiencing drought, 134,442,497 people, down to the 7 people. Wildfires, you can look at inland flooding, and there's a few other categories. I couldn't put it all here. When you click on wildfire, maybe I have it actually. I do. When you click on wildfire, it actually shows where the wildfires are or have been recently, and you can see what's going on out there. I picked on Cheyenne River a little bit here, so sorry about that, but I did. This same tool, CMRA, you can actually go in and look at projections based on climate, and this is going to be something Imtiaz is going to talk about tomorrow, is climate projections. So I don't want to get too much into this other than to show you that by the late century, 2070 to 2100, the number of days over with a maximum temperature of over 100 degrees in Cheyenne River will be 20. There'll be 20 days at least at the average. That'll be the average. I mean, some years might have 30, some years might have 10, right? But can you imagine that many days over 100? That's almost like living in Dallas or something like that. It's the end of the century, though. But you can change that to mid-century. You can also change it to a couple different. That's lower emissions. That's if we kind of curb our emissions, our greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. There's 2 emission scenarios on here. Are these predictions? Are you going to ask me if they're predictions? They are. We call them scenarios. We're really careful not to call them a prediction. We say, well, if we continue with greenhouse gases in this way, this is what the models are saying are going to happen in these different places. You can pick tribal land. You can pick county. You can pick tract. Again, another tool I've not played with enough, but I wanted you guys to know is in existence, and you may be able to use it for applying for disaster grants and things like that, or building a disaster plan. Again, same tool. Where am I now? I'm up in Sicangu, right? The Sicangu area. And we're looking at annual days with a maximum temperature over 100 degrees again, based on, and then here's a chart looking at early in the century, that's this century, and middle of our century and late century, what the likelihood of 100 plus degree days. But there's all kinds of categories. You're going to cut me off here, aren't you? I haven't even gotten to your forecast. Do you want to do the forecast? Anybody care about what's going to happen in the drought? Can I do it or not? Am I out of time? All right. The drought, how long has this been going on? Okay, so I can't describe every chart because I won't have time. But I'll just say, since 2020, this is basically 2 years, exactly 2 years. The percent of normal precipitation during 2 years, October to October, since 2020, wherever you see yellow to red has been drier than normal. Wow. Wherever you see green has been wetter than normal during that 2-year period. Okay, hopefully you all can see the map on here. Here's Pennington County. Here's where we are. These red areas mean that they have had they've had 50 to 70% of their normal precipitation over the last 2 years. There are the young people. Gosh, I missed you. I did. Darn it. I wish you were here earlier. Anyway, here's the year to date. I won't go into that. Here's the summer. This is what our summer looked like in terms of precipitation and percent of normal. Very wet down here in the southwest because they had a big monsoon, but very, very dry through the center part, especially Nebraska, Kansas, those places. Temperatures above normal, as you all know. Yeah, come on up here. Come on up here. It's great. There's plenty of seats. Plenty of seats. A lot of evapotranspiration, which we mentioned earlier. So not only is it dry, but it's warmer. You're losing a lot more water faster. It's a double-edged sword when it comes to drought, as you all know. Anybody in agriculture definitely knows that. There's a department, that's the summer. This is the way the summers looked, very warm. Sorry, it's 2 to 4, even one place 6 degrees above normal for the entire summer is a lot. I won't go into the national rankings. September, okay, September. Stream flow conditions across the U.S., wherever it's brown, is bad. So a lot of your streams are down below what they should be, and this is the lowest time of year for most streams. You know, most of the time, most years, this is when streams hit their lowest level. So when you see it below normal, you're in trouble. We're in trouble. This is just looking at topsoil moisture. This is this year. What percent of the U.S. is short in topsoil moisture? It's a record, by the way. But they haven't been doing it for that long, but still, we're way above normal in terms of drought across the entire U.S. Again, if you want to read a chart, that's topsoil moisture. Soil moisture, these are soil moisture indicators. Everywhere that you see these colors, it's bad and not getting much better. Okay, there's your drought outlook or drought monitor someone mentioned earlier. So, and yes, right there you are, Rito. D3, which is 1 in every 25-year drought, if I remember my statistics right. To get to D4, you have to be 1 in 50 years, so it has to be super dry. But that's a lot of D3 and D4. That's dry, very, very, very dry. And really, the whole area is bad. Okay, that's a change in the last 52 weeks. I'm going to skip over that. I'm going to get to your forecast as best I can here. Here's the next 7 days of accumulated rainfall or precipitation. Next 7 days, all added together, how much would it rain? Actually, there's a newer chart out. I didn't put it up here because I didn't have time, but it shows more precipitation here. I'm sorry, this area is not winning when it comes to getting a lot of rain. But I will say the snow is going to begin. You'll start getting some snow in the upper elevations. That's what it looks like to me. It does look like we're shifting into a little bit of a wetter pattern, which is good. Here's the week 2 outlook of October through the end of October. We're looking at a lot of cooler temperatures off to the west. That includes you guys, but also wetter across the nation. So that's all good. This is all good. Actually, you got to get the cold in to get the rain. We're in a La Nina pattern. I won't go into a lot of detail about that, except to say, here's the October outlook, looking for above normal temperatures. That's been pretty much right. Here's the precipitation outlook for October, below normal for much of the area. Here's the outlook for October, November, December. Temperatures being above normal except to the north. And then the precip. There's not a lot we can say about precipitation except better probabilities for below normal precipitation to the end of the year. Above starting to show up. That is a La Nina signature. I know that doesn't mean anything to anybody at the moment, but when we move into December, January, and February, below normal temperatures is more likely in the northern tier of states, and warmer conditions to the south. In terms of precipitation, better chances for the mountains and portions of the northwest to get more rainfall. I'm going to skip ahead and go through. I had some great places. So I had all of the places where you could go, links, and I hope I can send this to somebody and you can make it available to anybody who wants it. Nobody probably does, but I want to show the young people something real quick. Is that okay? I want to show you this poster that was made through K through 12. This is not in Lakota language, but it's in Ojibwe. And it's a climate poster that we worked with the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission to do. This tells a story that I don't know, but I'll just say it involves their Thunderbird tradition. And on the back of this poster, that's the big poster. You can hang it on your wall. It's really cool. This is original art done by a native person up there, Ojibwe. On the back, though, is all this really cool science stuff. So Ojibwe weather terms, thunderbirds, fog, humid, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the indigenous name, but it's all there, all the names, and talking about how the language is related to climate and weather, basically. Okay, that's all I really had to show. There, I got to stop.
Well, thank you, Doug. And I know, one of the things that I got from that presentation was a human or cultural impact of climate change. And I think I want to thank the community here, particularly Mr. Broken Nose, when he talks about the importance of what do we do, and that this is serious, and that's why we're here today. We're not here just to show things, but to how do we organize ourselves as the Oceti Sakowin to address issues like Doug Shaw. And I really appreciate Doug. Thank you, Doug. Let's give Doug a warm hand of applause.
It's applause for bad news. No, so really, the other thing I really wanted to say is there's a lot of depth and detail to a lot of what I showed here. I don't want to make promises I can't keep, but I do want to say if you have a great interest, if your tribe, you individually, your school, your college, university wants more information on any of these things, a better translation than I did, let James know, let me know, let some of the leader folks know these things, and we'll try to help you. There's several people in the room that can help us with these things. Syed, go.
Yeah, hey Doug, you know what? I just want to make a little comment that Rosebud has a mesonet station that we have installed in conjunction with South Dakota State University. And we'd like to, disseminate this information that the weather station provides information both in English and.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, if you click on that, you can get both in English and then, if I may, Doug, please before you leave, it's great to have all this great information from NOAA and from Drought to monitor and all that. But at the end of the day, it is the local information. You know what? Whatever we are doing on Rosebud Reservation to determine the water table fluctuation and the river flows of the Little White River and the Kiapara River and how they are responding to drought is what is critical to the tribe. Like I said, that these information from NOAA and Drought are terrific. But locally, we have to make sure that we get this information and we implement to benefit the tribes. And the last thing, if I may, you have not quite talked about these reservoirs. Lake Mead, Lake Powell, they're all going dry, right? What is happening to Lake Wahi, for instance? The water table has come down, and the water elevation has come down to about 1,560 feet. And I'm just wondering if it keeps on going down, it can have tremendous impact on Indian water rights. And we need to consider these kind of things to make sure that we don't fall through the cracks.
Amen, brother.
Okay. Well, thank you, Syed, for those remarks, and we'll keep moving along. We have a full agenda today, so I appreciate everybody's patience and also the presenters. Our next presenter will be Andrea A. Carmen. Change is coming, change is here. Andrea is Executive Director of the International Indian Treaty Council. From 2010 to 2018, she was a member of the Indigenous Peoples Global Steering Committee for coordination of work at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In 2022, Andrea accepted the invitation to become a member of the Global Steering Committee on the newly formed IUCN Climate Crises Commission. So Andrea is also, her organization is also a sponsor of this gathering today. So I want to thank you, Andrea, and welcome.
Chokutesia, Leosim Chaniabo, Mawayaim. Respectful greetings to you, my relatives, and it's very good again to be in Oceti Sakowin Treaty Nation territory. Our Yaqui Nation is in what's called nowadays, southern Arizona, United States, and northern Sonora, Mexico. We are the only indigenous nation in Mexico to have a treaty with the government of Mexico, because we were at war, active physical war, until 1939. And that's how we achieved our treaty, based on water and land rights. But I want to talk, as somebody raised before, about some of the solutions that we need to start to undertake, because I think that's what we're here for. But we can't implement the solutions until we understand the problem that we're faced in. And we saw some charts about what's going to happen next year, what happened last year, what's going to happen next week. But as Indigenous peoples and nations, we think according to the 7 generations. And I am firmly convinced that even though our ancestors left us prophecies about what would happen to the human family, as they call it at the United Nations, what would happen to our nations and the human beings as a species if we didn't live in accordance with our teachings. If we didn't live in accordance with respect for our natural world surroundings, Mother Earth, as we call her, Malabuana and Yaqui, our Mother Earth, what would happen to us? They left us the prophecies about what was going to happen, but I'm firmly convinced that they also left us the solutions if we look to those teachings and how we can apply them now. Whether we're working in our own community gardens or taking care of our buffalo and animals, or we're working at the United Nations, it's really the same struggle, just carried out in different places. So I just wanted to start to talk about, I'm from planting people. We are traditional farmers. We're also hunters and fishers and gatherers. I think all Indigenous peoples maybe have one area that they mainly rely on for our traditional food systems, but we are diversified people, and we always had backup and a range of things that we do, but we're mainly planting people. And this is just an example of a traditional corn altar. Corn is a staple for us. It is sacred. Many Indigenous peoples also have their creation stories that the Creator actually made them out of corn. So when we say corn peoples, it's more than just what we eat. This is a Navajo, our Dene corn altar. And you can see yourself the 4 sacred colors that you use also to represent the 4 directions are the 4 sacred colors of the corn. And this is the same sacred colors of the corn that they use in Guatemala and southern Mexico, the black, the white, the yellow, and the red. And it represents the spiritual basis of our food systems, not just corn food systems, but all food systems. But also it represents our indigenous science. Our Yaqui people, and I know yours as well, it was referred to earlier when our spiritual leaders spoke, knew from the phases of the moon, from the insects, not just what the weather would be like next week or next month, but what it would be like next year. So they knew what colors of corn to plant. We know even to this day, this year, looking at the eclipse of the moon that happened a few months ago, that it was going to be a wet year, that our scientist friend showed the strong rainfall we had in the Southwest. Well, our indigenous scientists knew that too, so they knew what kind of seeds to plant for this rainy season we were going to have coming up. But this also represents our rights. Without our rights to land, without our rights to water and resources, without our ability to keep our traditional seeds and our animals strong and with integrity of their original biodiversity, they call it, we can't exercise these rights that are affirmed in our nation-to-nation treaty rights as well. So I just wanted to start with this picture to show how we think about our food systems, our knowledge systems, our indigenous science, and our rights, and how all these things have to come together if we're talking about trying to find solutions to what we're facing here, the crisis that we're facing. This is just a picture of the staple of one of your food systems that also has that same spiritual basis and spiritual meaning for your peoples, your responsibility as well as your rights. That is key to your survival. And we have other people here who are going to talk about the role of the restoration of the buffalo in adaptation to climate change and survival of your nations. So I just wanted to give honor to um, Tatanka here. Just a word about the International Indian Treaty Council, and probably many of you already know this. Some of you maybe were there in 1974 on the Standing Rock Reservation when the IITC was formed as a mechanism, as a channel for the voices of indigenous nations, especially treaty nations, but all indigenous nations, to the United Nations, to the family of nations, because, and the reason was, because there was no justice, there was no redress within the colonial systems of the settler governments. Not just the United States, but there were representatives there all the way to South America, to Canada, and it was the same story for everyone. There is no justice for us within the systems of the colonial nations. So the elders that formed the International Indian Treaty Council gave instructions to the young ones to go and get a seat as nations at the United Nations. And very important in the founding documents, the Declaration of Continuing Independence, it says, in the course of these human events, we call upon the people of the world to support this struggle for our sovereign rights and our treaty rights. Treaties between sovereign nations explicitly entail agreements which represent the supreme law of the land, of course, a quote from the US Constitution, binding each party to an inviolate international relationship. And that's what we carry to this day as IITC to the United Nations. IITC was the first indigenous organization to get what's called consultative status with the UN Economic and Social Council. You'll have to excuse all these long names and acronyms, but that's the United Nations. And that was way back in 1977. And we are now the only indigenous organization in the whole world globally. And of course, you know, we represent you. You are our members and affiliates. So we're talking about you. That have what's called general consultative status at the United Nations. And our principle, one of our founding principles that we carry to this day, is Indigenous people should speak for and represent themselves before the world community. And I really agree. You know, we are the ones that are the experts about what's happening in our territories, what our rights need to be, you know, what we need to do to take action for this crisis that we had no part of committing, but that we are, you could say, the canary on the mines, in the mines for. So what are we facing? This is the reality. The United Nations estimates today that 1 million species around the world face extinction. And many of those species are vital to the nutrition, to the food systems, to the cultures and spiritualities and the ceremonies of indigenous peoples, like this picture of the California salmon that is not expected to survive past the end of this century because of the rising temperatures. Small rising temperatures have a big effect on salmon and many, many other species, including human beings. Let's think about that. Are we on that list? Our spiritual leaders talked about that today. The earth will continue, but some of the species maybe are not necessarily, you know, on that survival list. And it's really up to us if we're on that list. I just want to give one picture. This is from my yard. This is the Sonora desert toad. It's a venomous toad. It has glands that secrete a poison. It's you know, we're proud of it. Some of our people don't like it very well, but you know, we as farmers, we have a family farm, and when the monsoon rains come in August, July and August, these toads come out and they eat all of the bugs that eat our crops that are ready to be harvested. But a couple years ago, the rain came, but it didn't come at the right time. And we're seeing that too. Maybe rains are coming on our charts. It still shows, the rainfall for the year. But if it doesn't come at the right time, it can knock the buds off of the cactus and the trees that are blooming. And in this case, the toads thought that it was time to come out, and then it got hot and dry again, and they all died off. And we haven't really had them return like they used to before, which means we have a lot more bugs that eat our crops. So we have to, as indigenous peoples, we see the whole ecosystem, all of its part, below and above, as you heard this morning. All of the insects, all of the bugs and toads, and the fish and the grasses, all of it are part of the same system that we're part of. So that's a difference in the way that we as indigenous people see this problem. Even before COVID, even before the heating up in the last couple years, many of our reservations are already known as food deserts. This is just a couple of pictures. The second largest land-based tribe in the United States is our neighbor, the Tohono and they have a land base as large as the state of Connecticut. They have one grocery store on it, and it's owned by non-natives. And Ampo, when I was making this slide, told me that here in her reservation, Pine Ridge, is about 800,000 acres, and it has just one grocery store as well that is owned by non-natives. And this is the situation that we find ourselves in regarding our food. All the more necessary to ensure the survival of our food systems. 2020 was the hottest, driest year ever recorded in Tucson, Arizona, in the northern Sonora Desert. This is our land. This is a natural plant that we use for food and medicine, cures diabetes. It's a nopal cactus. And even the natural nopal cactus that are indigenous to there were wilting during this heat wave that we were facing. So back in 1977, when we talk about our rights, and who is that young man, right, kind of in the middle? He's supposed to be here, Bill Means. Maybe he's going to walk in the middle of this. But we had the first conference at the United Nations of Indigenous Peoples, and this is a picture of it. The first time in ever that Indigenous peoples actually entered into the United Nations. And one of the things that they called on the UN to do is to create a standard, a human rights standard that will recognize our collective rights. And that finally happened 30 years later. Do the math, 30 years later, we got the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples adopted at the General Assembly. And the reason it took so long is there had never been a UN document that recognized collective rights. Our rights to our land, to our spirituality, to our water, to our language, to all the things that make us who we are not individual rights. Or if they're individual because we're part of our peoples, our nations. It's the minimum standard, it says, for the survival, dignity, and well-being of the indigenous peoples of the world. And what does that mean? It means the UN Declaration is not perfect. It's not everything we wanted. It was adopted by the United Nations with our support. There's a few things in it that maybe we didn't want, but it is the floor. It's not the ceiling, but it's the floor. It's a floor we didn't have to stand on before. So when we go to talk about our rights at the Climate Change Convention or anywhere else, that is the least we can take. We will not go below the minimum. And I hope none of you do too, whether you're dealing with your local school board or you're dealing with the state of South Dakota or the United States government. This is the minimum that you can accept. And it recognizes our right to food, the right to be secure in our own means of subsistence, whether that's fishing, hunting, farming, gathering. It recognizes, this is probably the hardest fought article, Article 26. In all those years, we have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which we traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. Not the reservations, but our original traditional lands, resources, water, seeds. It gives us the right to free, prior, and informed consent before any form of development is carried out on our land. Of course, these are the Standing Rock water protectors. I'm not saying these rights are upheld, but these are the rights that even the United States has agreed to. So the fact that you know what those rights are is going to make a difference in any negotiations that you're in. Consent, we kept reminding them because they didn't want to agree with consent. They said consultation, that's what we agreed to. Consultation's a meeting, it's not a right. Consent, the right to say yes or no, is the right that is now recognized as the international minimum standard. And we kept reminding them they already agreed to these rights legally. Consent is a treaty right. It's in the Article 16 of the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. Consent, not consultation. Don't let them talk to you about consultation, please. That's a meeting. We'll talk to each other. Consent is your right. We have the right to determine the priorities and strategies for the development of our lands and resources. Development isn't the same as extraction. It's not the same as exploitation. All cultures develop through trade with each other that somebody mentioned, or trade with settlers, with our right to self-determination as the basis of it. We have the right in the UN Declaration to the environmental protection and productive capacity of our lands. And I'm just highlighting these few articles because these are rights that are directly threatened and undermined by climate change. When we work at the United Nations, we have been able to achieve the recognition of our traditional knowledge and practices as key to discussions on climate change. Article 31 talks about that right. But more important is this picture. This is a picture of a Hopi corn plant, and you can see how long the root is. This plant, this seed, knows how to look for water. And we need to learn and listen to those seeds and those animals that, as we heard before, are already adapting and doing what they need to do to try to survive. We have the right to participate in decision making, which would affect our rights, says Article 18. These are our traditional leaders. We call them coanados, traditional authorities, in our Yaqui pueblos in Sonora, Mexico. We have unbroken traditional government. It's not an elected system. Arizona side, we have a elected IRA government, but on the Mexico side, we still have our traditional government system, and they are making a declaration against the spraying of pesticides in our territories. Now, what are the effects? What are the effects that we're seeing? We've heard about them. We're living them. This is 2019 in Oklahoma, the most powerful tornado ever recorded in the history of the world, the whole world. And I want you to think about it for a minute. The center part of what's known as the United States of North America, where we're sitting right now, is the only land base in the entire world between an Arctic landmass and a tropical ocean, the Caribbean, with not a mountain range in between to block that. And what is the effect? That hotter, wetter air comes together with the Arctic air and creates these tornadoes with increasing frequency. I think a couple years ago was the most tornadoes ever recorded in Oklahoma, where a lot of tribes live as well. And of course, this is Hurricane Maria in Boricain, which is the Indian word for Puerto Rico, Boricain, Taino language, the indigenous peoples of that area. And we've heard about the fires. This is just one of many. Now, I'm going to talk to you a little bit. Before I talk to you about our solutions as Indigenous peoples, I want to talk to you about the fight at the United Nations on climate change. These are two of our demonstrations throughout the years at what's called the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Again, sorry for the long words and all the acronyms, but it's good you at least, even if you don't want to go to these places, and there are a lot of Indigenous peoples that are going, especially our young people, very, very effective there, because you're the ones who are going to suffer the consequences of the decisions that our age of people, whether we're politicians, UN officials, tribal leaders, or organizational activists like me, the decisions and the work that we can get done is going to affect you and your kids more than anybody. So this is us demonstrating and demanding a voice in this process, that our right to participate in decision making be respected, that our traditional knowledge and contributions be respected. And we didn't get anywhere for a long time, I'll tell you that, years and years. And even at the famous COP21 in Paris, where they decided on the Paris Agreement, we as Indigenous peoples were not allowed in the rooms where the countries, called states of the United Nations, the countries were negotiating the Paris Agreement. We were not even allowed to sit there and listen, let alone be part of the discussion. So here we are marching again outside, of the hall in Paris Agreement. That's Chief Bill Erasmus from the Dene Nation. He was my counterpart for the North America representation on this global steering committee for climate change. And he's chanting, "We are peoples, we are peoples." We want that respect. One of the hardest fought negotiations was there in Paris in 2015, when for the first time in history, we were able to get the rights of Indigenous peoples recognized and adopted in an international convention, legally binding convention or treaty, they could call it, on the environment. And it says that acknowledging that climate change is a common concern of humankind, parties, and the parties at these conference of the parties are the countries. They're the parties to the conventions that they we aren't the parties. We're the interlopers, I guess you could say. When taking action to address climate change, will respect, promote, and consider their respective obligations. They have obligations to the rights of Indigenous peoples, right to health, right to women, right to youth, etc. In these agreements. It also recognized Indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge. It established a new platform for exchange of knowledge at the United Nations, with Indigenous peoples' knowledge being considered and looked at. And this is the adoption of what's called the Facilitative Working Group to coordinate this platform. That happened in 2018. After a long series of discussions, we had 4 different those were consultations, means meetings, right, with the countries around the world. And we were concerned because we didn't come up with this language about the platform. And we knew these are not people that know how to share. They aren't about sharing knowledge or sharing anything, really, the governments of the world, the countries. So the question was, shall we do this? Why should we do it? How can it help us? Do we have an obligation to, present what we know? How are we going to take care of our traditional knowledge in this? We're not just about sharing, especially our people. We don't even write down our knowledge for each other, for Yaquis internally. So I came back from one of these discussions and talked to my husband, who's a traditional knowledge holder, spiritual participant, a traditional farmer. And he said, I said, people are worried they're going to patent our knowledge or make a PhD book about it or sell it And he said, we don't need to worry about that, because unless they're the ones that can talk to the seeds and listen to the seeds and talk to the plants and listen to the plants, it's not going to work for them. And they are knowing that. That's why they're coming to us. They need us. And they know that now. And if I can give you this message, that's maybe the most important thing. They know they need us. And it's up to us to decide, how we want to participate with that. Another thing about this new facilitative working group at the UN, it's the first time and still the only time within the whole United Nations system where we as Indigenous peoples got to choose our members and sit in an equal basis with the countries. There's 7 Indigenous members selected by the Indigenous peoples in the 7 regions, and there's 7 countries that sit on this body, and we decide equally together. And thank you. The Sicangu Treaty Council was one of those that nominated me, and so I was selected by the North America region of Indigenous peoples to serve for the first 3 years. And this is us, 7 Indigenous peoples, 7 7 country members from all the different regions around the world talking about how Indigenous peoples' knowledge, practices, on the ground activities are going to be supported by this process. And I'll get into saying some examples how they're going to do this. Last year was COP26, this 26th Conference of the Parties. It was in Scotland. It was in Glasgow, Scotland. And one of the things we gained, and this is a group of youth demonstrating, the youth are very strong in this process. Talk to me if you guys, any of you want to be part of this development. And Chris, who's going to speak next, is going to talk about it because there's going to be, for the first time, an Indigenous Youth Roundtable at the coming up COP, Conference of the Parties, which is going to be in Egypt, of all places, in another month. But we were able to get our rights recognized in a very important part of the Paris rulebook to implement what happened in Paris. And this time, coming up in another month, we're going to talk about establishing a grievance or complaint mechanism for Indigenous peoples whose rights are being violated. It fell short also because one of the most important things in the Paris Agreement is that the global temperature rise not exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade over pre-industrial levels, not over last year. And that is the tipping point. It doesn't seem like very much. It does not seem like very much, but that is the agreed on tipping point, the point of no return, for a lot of ecosystems and all of these species and whole ecosystems like the Arctic, because in the Arctic, the increase of temperature is 3 times more because of all the ice and how it reflects the sunlight. And previous speakers have talked about the Arctic ice melt and why we should care about it here. Why should I care about it in Arizona in the middle of the desert? Because when that ice melts, not only are a lot of Indigenous peoples in island and coastline communities going under, what are they going to do? They have to give up their land and move and become immigrants, or what are they going to do? But also it changes the whole global climate. It changes the temperature of the ocean. So we all have to care about this. They agreed that they would do phasing down rather than phasing out of coal, which is maybe one of the dirtiest forms of fossil fuel development. And there's no doubt about it. Fossil fuels, whether it's oil, gas, tar sands, coal, is the primary cause of climate change. There's no doubt about it. That's well established. Not a question. I don't know what right-wing politicians say, but there's not a question globally that it's fossil fuels, pipelines, et cetera, that cause. But they did say they would phase it down. It's the first time they've even talked about fossil fuels in these international meetings. A real breakthrough we were able to do, which also affects all of you, is that we, members of this facilitative working group for the platform, were able to get them to officially credential and fund 28 traditional knowledge holders from around the world to meet among ourselves. It was the first time we locked the countries out of the discussion. We wanted the knowledge holders to talk among themselves about what they were experiencing and what solutions they were coming up with in their communities, in their peoples, and then present those solutions to the state. So that happened last November in Glasgow, and it was the first time ever that had happened around these discussions. Each region, including North America, picked 4 knowledge holders. We asked them at least to pick 1 woman and 1 youth. I'm happy to say we picked 2 youth and 2 women to go. So we recognize that youth are knowledge holders as well. And what are some of the solutions? And that's how I'm going to end this, because I will tell you one thing as somebody who's been working at the United Nations with IITC since the early 1980s. We can't wait for them. I sit in these UN bodies and listen to what those scientists say. And I don't want to scare you or freak you out or anything, but they're talking about what small level of temperature rise it's going to be for human organs to start to explode. I mean, really, and what's going to happen when all of the amphibians, all the toads and frogs that eat the bugs, what happens when they die off? They're very susceptible to these things. What's going to happen to the indigenous peoples along the coast of the West Coast, all the way from Alaska to California when there's no more salmon? These are species that are right on the brink there, with what we're seeing right now. So what are we going to do? What's our solution? What's our plan? Okay, here's what some indigenous peoples are doing. The key is the reliance on traditional foods and medicines is the basis of our survival. And when I tell you survival, I do mean that. I don't mean a little bit uncomfortable because we're hotter than we used to be. I mean survival. And I hope you can absorb that. I'm not saying that just because I feel like it. I'm a positive person, but I know what's coming. I'm hearing that. And you should know it too. Our elders this morning said, listen to the plants, listen to the animals, listen to the water. What are they telling you? We got to bring back our traditional foods and use them primarily, not just as a nice meal once a week, but the main thing we eat's got to be our traditional foods. We've started those trade routes that previous speakers talk about. How did corn move from Guatemala and southern Mexico all the way up to Canada, all the way to South America, even the Pacific Islands and the Caribbean? We traded with each other. We traded salt for meat. We traded seeds. We traded all kinds of things back when we could move before colonization. This is a picture of one of our corn conferences with indigenous peoples from Mexico, Oklahoma, and Guatemala trading drought-resistant seeds, original seeds, not GMOs. We got to stop that because that decreases our ability to survive. This is just one example. This is my kitchen table. This is sawalka. It's Yaqui pumpkins that we traded seeds with, and it's a plant that has grown the last 4 or 5 years in our land, in Arizona, Tucson, Arizona. When it's raining, when it's hot, when it's dry, when it's wet, it's a survival plant that's super nutritious and delicious too. These are Hopi corn. This corn, the Hopis are who you're going to hear from next, Chris Honahnie. Are key on seed keeping because they don't have any rivers or lakes in Hopi territory. All of their growing is based on rainfall and snowmelt and the ceremonies they do to bring those things to their land to call the rain. This is all white Hopi corn grown without any irrigation. Those seeds know how to grow without any water. We need those seeds. They're willing to share. We've never been able to grow corn ears on our land. The plants grow, but not the ears. I took this picture 2 days ago. There's a nopal cactus right in back, shows it's really Yaqui land. But this is Hopi white corn they traded with us. And it's growing ears. And we're so excited. We're going to save all of these ears just for seed to share them also, because we can prove that it grows in very dry desert conditions. I want to say something about buffalo because we've taken this case to the United Nations. You have others that are going to talk in depth about that. But this is a case we took in 2015 to Paris to show, about what was happening and what we were learning in our own communities. And there was here in South Dakota, there was a freak snowstorm. I think it was like in September. And 100,000 cattle died because the ranchers hadn't had time to bring them in. And there's a picture of a dead one right there. You know how many buffalo died? Who'll give me the answer? How many buffalo died in this freak snowstorm? 0, none, not one single buffalo. They know how to adapt. They're from here. Of course, they know how to adapt. They run right through the storm. They all survived. They can live in drought conditions. As somebody said before, they eat all kinds of things that cattle don't eat, and they don't pull up the grasslands. If you ever read a book, I read a book, it was called The Worst Bad Time. It's like a documentary book, nonfiction, about the Dust Bowl and how one of the main causes was replacing buffalo with cattle and then the plow, the Dust Bowl. When drought comes, there's no roots to hold the grasses and to reproduce the grasses if you just have cattle. This is a picture of very key that you need to make sure is in your plan. How are you going to save water? How are you going to preserve water? How are you going to keep water? This is the desert. This is our neighbor tribe, the Tohono, and they're bringing back their traditional methods using the clay, in the natural clay in the dirt, to capture rainwater, not just let it wash away. These are things we have to know. And again, survival. This is from another indigenous peoples in the Pacific, the Hawaiians. They removed all the invasive species, the eucalyptus trees that came in. They planted them in Hawaii from Australia. They're not from there. They use a lot of water. They took them all out and were able to restore the natural flow of water in their land, and growing traditional food. Taro right here is in where used to be eucalyptus trees. Remove the invasive species. I asked Bumpy Kanahele to get on and talk on one of our webinars about, invasive species and how they removed them. He said, "Can I include tourists?" I said, "Yeah, well, I don't know if you quite removed them yet, but stick to the eucalyptus, I guess." And maybe one of the most important is to have restore those opportunities for sharing traditional knowledge. In the old days, little kids were raised with their grandparents and went around and learned how to talk to plants and learned how to sing to buffalo and all of those things. And now our kids are in school. We want them to be in school. But how are they learning from the elders now? We got to create those opportunities. This is a tribal school in Alaska where the elder Marco Pete is showing a couple of the kids just what was talked about before, how now you gather. Victor talked about that. The gathering is at different times than it used to be. When are the plants good? When are those roots good of the wild plants? This is speaking of Victor. This is a workshop that we had a couple years ago on Rosebud, where elders spoke to the youth, the high school students, exactly doing that. How often do we need to make sure that we're doing that? More often than we're doing now. Alternative energy, I know there are some that will be talking about that. That needs to be part of our plan. And asserting our treaty rights to free prior informed consent to prevent the fossil fuel developments on our land. We have to stop it here. We have to stop it for our future generations. I won't read this whole document. I know I'm running out of time, but a big issue we're going to be talking about coming up at the next meeting in Egypt is the issue of loss and damage. They're starting to really look, it's kind of like they moved past preventing and now are talking about how we're going to address what is being lost and what's being damaged. What's the solution here? And our 28 knowledge holders who were there last time, I'll just read this last paragraph. They said the loss and damage we have suffered from the impacts of climate change is already extreme and is both economic and non-economic and directly affects knowledge systems and way of life. While no price can be put upon what we have already lost and all that is threatened, adequate direct financial resources would greatly assist Indigenous communities to adapt to these losses, restore what we can, and protect and strengthen the resiliency of what remains. So, what are we thinking here? Okay, what are we thinking? I want to hear what you think about this. Last year at the COP, again, Conference of the Parties is COP, right? COP 26 in Glasgow, the president from the United Kingdom, they change presidents, depends on where they're having it. He met with all the indigenous peoples and shared that states, which are countries at the UN, and private funders have pledged $1.7 billion to indigenous peoples in tropical forests that are addressing climate change. So immediately, the International Energy Treaty Council, it was me, stood up and responded with what is now on the table. We need the timeline and details of this to be clear. Don't just throw all this money out of us. Who can imagine what $1.7 billion looks like, right? We need to ensure access for indigenous peoples addressing impacts and solutions to climate change in all regions and ecosystems, not just rainforests. See, yes, rainforests are important, but so are deserts, so are plains, so is the Arctic, so are the islands. We need this funding to be able to be available for everybody that is addressing climate change. We need for Indigenous peoples from all regions to be directly involved in establishing the criteria and process. We don't want to be talked about. We want to be there at the table. That is our right in this process, and that's the right we're asserting there. And that we need funding to be provided to Indigenous peoples directly, not through the states. And we're not going to give, a big chunk of it to Canada government, and then they decide who gets it in Canada. No, we're not going to do that. So I've already been provisionally designated by North America to be at these meetings. And also one of our funders, the Christensen Fund, is one of the funders that's putting up this, gazillion dollars or whatever it is. And they've been consulting with me too about how they can make sure that more Indigenous peoples are at the table, not just a few organizations. But I really would like for this body to have direct input into these discussions so that we can, look at loss and damage, but more than that, prevention of more damage. This is us at COP26. We're meeting with John Kerry, of the United States government, the Biden's climate czar, and of course, Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland. That's me, and Frank Edowich from the United Tribes of Michigan, and talking about exactly these things I'm talking to here. The International Treaty Council doesn't talk different at the UN. I'm talking right here regarding what we need. And the last thing that I want to share with you is because of the human rights crisis that's happening to Indigenous peoples, because of the causes of climate change, fossil fuel development, because of the impacts that we've been talking about here, the losses we're suffering, the threats, the disasters, the weather impacts, and also some of the false solutions that are being proposed, like carbon trading. That they want to still be able to develop the tar sands, but they want to make up for it by giving X number of dollars to Indigenous peoples in the Amazon. That's not decreasing climate change. The emissions aren't decreasing. That's what has to happen. That's like a shell game that they're playing. They're calling it net zero. Not real zero, but net zero emissions increase. So we were able to work with a coalition of organizations to bring about a new United Nations Special Rapporteur on climate change and human rights. We're going to be having a dialogue with him. His name's Ian Fry. He's from the Pacific nation of Tuvalu, which is very, very impacted. And we're going to be doing that coming up here. And I hope it can be virtual. We'll let you know through Phil, so all of you can take part in that discussion. We'd like to bring him here to see if he can talk to all of us about the human rights impacts, and more important than anything, how we can prevent it and how we can do the things that we've been talking about here to actually ensure that our children and grandchildren will be able to survive based on our traditional knowledge, based on our ways of knowing, our own practices, our own spirituality, and the assertion of our own inherent rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. The international agenda is great, and thank you for that. We're going to take a 10-minute break here before our next presentation. Andrea's going to be here for the duration of the meeting here. So if you have any questions, concerns, comments for her talk and her presentation, please approach her. She's very approachable, and we'll do that. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then our next presenter will be Amy Lewis from the Wild Foundation. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Oh, you're short in it. 10 minutes.
That was 10 minutes under.
Good job. You're good. That's a lot of information.
A lot of information. I just wanted to kind of sink in.
Well, are you going to give that to him?
He's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. Everyone can have it. Edit, use part of it, add your own stuff, whatever.
What's yours?
Delegate.
Amy.
Okay, now have your organization or have, you know what? Have Phil, because they're affiliates. ask us to credential you for the next one. Automatic for affiliates. That's one thing you get, you know.
Singers, Olange. my relatives. It seemed like right after lunch we lost a whole bunch of them. So tomorrow we're not going to feed. I yes. Okay. I know. Yeah. If they will. Yeah. Yes. Yes. They're really good cookies too. Well, tomorrow, I hope you stick around because I ordered dessert, various assorted cakes and maybe cheesecake and hopefully some pie. I know the Lakota Wia, they like sweets. They have a sweet tooth. So and once again, I encourage you, requesting that you stay for the last day all the way through because we want to share the Sicangu climate adaptation plan and how we did that, and we incorporated Lakota knowledge, creation stories, uh, astronomy, and the recommendations that we have for our Sicangu Oyate to follow. It'll be very interesting. That'll be with Paula Antoine and Robin O'Malley at the very last end of the agenda. And so I hope you could stick around for that. I'm glad you're still here. Amy's presentation is going to be very interesting. So stick around.
Well, thank you again for being with us today. We have the great opportunity again to welcome Amy Lewis from the Wild Foundation with us today. Again, as mentioned earlier, Amy was very instrumental in putting together that really fancy program. You guys see that program? She'll sign it later if you want to. Will you do that, right? Autographs, Amy? But but all seriously, Amy comes to us in this year of collaboration and working on this conference. Amy spent the last 20 years researching the building blocks of collective action. She has brought this knowledge to bear on her own work as an award-winning nonprofit leader and a scholar of environmental policy, and employs her knowledge and skills in a wild foundation to activate an international ethic of care to wildlife and wild places. So, with that, welcome, Amy, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, James. Hello and greetings, everybody. I just want to thank the Oceti Sakowin Oyate for allowing me to address you. I know what an honor that is, and because of that, I'm really nervous. I'm no stranger to public speaking, so I haven't felt nervous like this before a crowd in decades. So if we could have an agreement, maybe where if you want to help me, of course, with my nervousness. If you don't, like, don't agree to anything. But if we could have an agreement that if I say anything bad, you don't blame Phil. I'm going to inverse Doug here. Don't blame Phil and get angry at me, blame me, or better yet, just correct me because I do so out of ignorance. That would help me a lot. And thank you. So Mr. Two Eagle invited me here today to speak about how much wild and intact nature we need to effectively fight, the twin existential crises of climate and extinction emergencies. But before I do that, there's a story I need to tell you, or rather, a story my ancestors need to tell you, that relates to critical components of the solution I'm proposing that probably aren't always at the top of the priority list when it comes to addressing ecological and environmental problems, which I believe are fundamental and absolutely necessary. This story also relates to the struggles of Indigenous peoples everywhere. Because even though I am not an Indigenous person, nor have I experienced or suffered through the trauma experienced by Indigenous people, I am a daughter of empire and of privilege, and because of that, I have suffered far, far less than others. I am a washichu, fat taker. Washichu, fat taker. The same is not true of some of my ancestors who dwell far and deep in time and memory. At one point in time, they were the indigenous peoples of a land now referred to as the British Isles, but which at that point in time was called Albion Fretani, the White Hills of the Painted People. Nowadays, we, or rather they, my ancestors, are collectively referred to as the Gaels. But in the distant past, we had distinct tribal names. To name just a few, Aikine, the people who descend from the rivers; Brigantes, the people who dwell in the high places; Salures, the people who descend from seeds; and Ordoviques, the people who fight with hammers. The modern origins of this story I'm about to tell took place in Madrid during the United Nations Climate COP25, 2 months before the initiation of COVID lockdown. While I was in Madrid, I met a gentleman from Pine Ridge, and I don't see this man in the audience. I hope he's out there in YouTube because I would love to speak to him again. I hope he remembers this conversation. I certainly will for the rest of my life. And this gentleman from Pine Ridge asked me a question. Who raised you? It was a question born from anger, bewilderment, and frustration that the contemporary people to which I belong can be so callous, cruel, and seemingly inhuman. Who raised you? To my ears, it sounded almost as if he'd asked me, how can your parents have been so bad? In that moment, I didn't answer him. It wasn't my place to answer him then. First, he was an elder. And second, in that place, in that moment, outside of my respect for this man, it was my place to be still and to listen. Nevertheless, my thoughts spoke silently to me alone. You were raised by an empire, they said, by imperial people, imperial values, and imperial institutions. But that's not the whole story. You see, my family, though now fully fledged members of privilege and empire, also never fully forgot where they had come from, nor what their language had once been, nor the old stories that were passed down in secret from generation to generation, grandmother to granddaughter, grandfather to grandson. And so while the modern origins of this story were born almost 3 years ago in Spain, the ancient roots of this story begin 1,962 years ago with the rebellion of a woman, a tribal woman. It's a story that I probably have no right to tell you, the specific audience before me, you who continue to endure so much, but it is a story that my ancestors want you to hear, for its message is relevant to the ecological challenges we have all been called upon to address. Imperfect messenger though I am, I must share it with you on their behalf and grant to them, after centuries of silence, a voice. Bua budisak swos, victory be with you. Since people began, there have been those who, unable to or unwilling to whittle themselves small enough to fit the place assigned them, have shaped their own spot in the world, and thus have altered the social order. The Yaqui woman, Boudica, was one such as these. The wife of a chief, she watched with sharp eyes and a troubled heart as a great army from the south swarmed over the lands of her birth, making purposeful demonstrations of their overwhelming power and brutality before approaching, one by one, the chiefs of the Gaelic lands. "Govern your land now," they said, with fists clenched around the hilts of swords. "But when you die, agree to grant it to the Roman emperor, and you will not die a violent death by our hands." It was an offer many chiefs believed they could not refuse. And so while some chiefs continued to resist Rome, the Roman annexation of their home, others felt they had no choice but to acquiesce, including Boudica's husband, although he only partially. His agreement with the Romans was that upon his death, authority would cede jointly to his 2 daughters and the emperor in Rome. Boudica was unhappy with his decision. These lands, after all, were the lands of her father, who had once been chief. They were the lands of her people and all their ancestors. Her daughters and her daughters alone were the rightful heirs. She fumed at her husband's cowardice and challenged his authority to make such a decision unilaterally. But even as her anger blossomed into a raging flame, her husband grew ill and rapidly weakened. In fact, many of the chiefs who had agreed to Rome's proposal sickened and took to their beds with a strange malady. Soon after retreating to his sickbed, Boudica's husband died. And Boudica, as was her right by the old law and her husband's word, prepared her daughters to take leadership of the tribe. A few days later, the Romans returned to the Yaqui, but before Boudica could even have words with them, they dragged her outside and chained her to a post, stripped her of her clothes, and lashed her 39 times, one last short of a death sentence. As they brutalized Boudica, her daughters were violently disgraced before their people, their mother, and the Roman army. When the Romans prepared to depart, leaving the women to die, they told the Yaqui tribe that the emperor shared power with no woman, especially a barbaric one. All Yaqui lands were now property of the Roman Empire. But Boudica did not die, nor did her daughters, nor were the Yaqui people cowed by the Romans' fearsome savagery. When the women had recovered some of their strength, they, with the support of their people, prepared for war. Beneath the protection of a moonless sky, they sent emissaries to other tribes who felt equally unhappy and betrayed under Roman rule. In secret, they formed alliances. And that fact alone is a testament to the vehemence with which the Gaels rejected Rome. It was something of a national pastime for our people to war with each other, almost casually, usually over stolen cattle. One particular example of this, when a wife stole a prized bull from her husband's herds, her husband the chief, it sparked the longest running war in Gaelic war, which is remembered in the poem Tain Bo Cooley, the cattle raid of Cooley. But that's another story for another time. As the Roman armies congratulated themselves for having effectively subdued our people, the Gaels gathered quietly, like storm clouds beneath the horizon. The Roman general, believing he had secured the eastern lands, moved west to destroy our center of learning and its wise men and women, the Druidi, the Druids. Their island redoubt, which is now called Anglesey, but was once known as Ynys Mona, was inhabited by the most gifted children of our tribes, children who had been selected to become priests, judges, seers, astronomers, poets, and storytellers. As the general marched west, Boudica and her allies swept out of the north, attacking and destroying strategically important Roman colonias, a word which at that time meant large village or outposts, but eventually transformed into the word we use today, colony. Together, the allied tribes of the Gaels took Camulodunum, which had earlier been the capital of the Triavantes people, but had since been razed and converted to suit Roman needs. The Gaels burned the temple dedicated to the Roman Emperor Claudius, then continued south to Londinium, present-day London, which was an important Roman military and commercial center. Hearing of the approach of the allied Gaelic armies, the Romans in Londinium fled. Only a detachment of the 9th Legion Hispania, interestingly out of Spain, remained. The Gaels defeated them and burned down Londinium and the neighboring city, Verulammium. In those 3 battles alone, Boudica defeated 70 to 80,000 Romans and their allies. The Gaels had proven that they were capable of besting a more technologically advanced foe. Confident in her warriors, Boudica turned her attention to the west and the Roman general advancing on the Druids. The general caught word of her approach and halted the Roman advance to prepare defense. However, the Romans held out little hope they could defeat an organized and committed foe. They were, after all, outnumbered 10 to 1. The battle for our homeland would be a decisive one, and all signs pointed to a Gaelic victory. But something happened. No one remembers quite what it was, but many believe there was some kind of dispute. The tenuous alliance of Gaelic tribes fractured, and before Boudica or her generals could mend it, a detachment of Gaels eager to defeat the Romans and confident in their numbers advanced without strategy or coordination, weakening the entire Gaelic army in the process. The rogue Gaels attacked the Romans from below, as the Roman army had chosen strategically a hilltop for their defense. Thus the Gaels were slaughtered by superior Roman weapons and discipline. The Gaelic alliance in tatters, the Romans swept through the region, killing the rest of Boudica's soldiers, then regrouped and moved west, descending on Ynys Mona, the last bastion of Gaelic culture, and killing all present, men, women, children, throwing their bodies into mass graves and haphazard fires. Then turning against the earth itself, slashing and burning our sacred groves, breaking our stone altars, and sealing the openings of caves which were our gateways to the other world. Our greatest failure came not at the hands of the Romans, but by our own inability to sustain our alliance. We lost our language, our culture, our descendants, our land, and our life ways. Eventually, even our children forgot who we were, as century by century, they were assimilated into the very empire we had sought to repel. Kenedlheb Ayith, Kenedlheb Cologne. A nation without a language is a nation without a heart. To the man from Pine Ridge, this is our answer. Dagosak Swos, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to share that story with you. The purpose of my talk today, and the reason for me giving voice to my ancestors, is to begin a conversation with the Oceti Sakowin about the possibility of an alliance and all that means, an alliance to save the biosphere as we know it and to restore on a broad scale across multiple institutions, cultures, and continents a healthy relationship with Mother Earth. I also want to discuss the role culture-based conservation must play in this solution and how Indigenous peoples are needed, as the last presentation from Andrea Carmen said. Indigenous peoples are needed to lead in that area, as white people killed long ago their own culture that may have offered such solutions. That may sound like a big ask, I know, and I'm sure some of you might be wondering if the Oceti Sakowin or really any of us are up to the task. To be honest, I don't know. But what I do know is that the Oceti Sakowin, along with a lot of other Native people, have a knowledge and expertise that has been all but forgotten in the modern world at a time when that kind of knowledge is needed more than ever. I want to help change that because I do not believe that non-Native science and institutions alone will take us to a better place. Leaders with a different perspective and a different background are needed, and some of those leaders are here in this room with us today. What I also know is this: human civilization in all of its forms is unlikely to adapt and survive if we do not keep at least half of Earth's land and seas, all of them, healthy and intact. This is a scientific fact that is as well established as the need to reduce atmospheric carbon to 350 parts per million and keep temperature rise under 1.5 degrees Celsius. I will include resources on why half is needed at the end of this presentation. The term I typically use to describe what must be done is protecting half, but I will not call it that here because I have learned that protect has many meanings, not all of them good. Too often, the conservation of nature has been used as an excuse to further subjugate some of nature's best guardians. Under no circumstances has that ever been my intention or the intention of the international team I represent. Turning half the world into Yellowstone National Park is not the goal. While national parks do play a part in the solution, they have no business ever being on tribal land, unless, in my opinion, the tribe itself has deemed it appropriate and is managing those lands by its own authority. And by the way, indigenous peoples are nature's best guardians. Almost 80% of Earth's remaining biodiversity is on indigenous lands. And even though indigenous peoples make up only 5% of Earth's population, they steward close to 40% of its remaining wilderness. And they do so with fewer resources and less support than mainstream institutions. How is that possible? I have a hypothesis, and I'll propose that a little bit later in this presentation. So today, what I want to discuss with you is the challenge of protecting and stewarding at least half of Earth's land and seas, and how such an effort might benefit the Oceti Sakowin, as well as other groups, and how such an effort is in desperate need of Oceti Sakowin leadership, perspective, and support. And I'm going to switch to my PowerPoint presentation right now, so bear with me as I plug this in and pull it up. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we are. Okay, so let me get back to my notes. So I want to begin this portion of the presentation by addressing quickly why it is we must keep half of Earth's land and seas intact, and talk a little bit about the science. I feel kind of ridiculous, honestly, speaking to you about the interconnectivity of nature, because I feel that many of these ideas were pioneered by indigenous thinkers and indigenous scientists, but I'm going to briefly gloss over some of that. And then I also want to talk a little bit about where we are today, what's currently intact, where these places are, and what others are doing about it. And finally, I want to offer up some ideas on how the Oceti Sakowin and other Native leaders from around the world can engage with this goal, and what I'd like us to achieve together. And as I speak, it would help me if you could keep in mind one term: cultural-based conservation. I think oftentimes when we think about conservation, the first thing we think about is science, technology, renewable energies, all sorts of gadgets. And those are tools, they play a part, they're important. But all the science in the world, all the knowledge in the world is not going to do anyone any good if there isn't the cultural support and motivation to actually act on that science. And I think that while indigenous people are excellent scientists, they also perhaps have some institutions and values that Washichu culture may lack or be deficient in, because I see that oftentimes they're far better at taking action on the knowledge they have and developing cultural structures around that knowledge. So just keep in mind cultural-based conservation approaches. Whoops. Okay, my presentation just decided to go without me, so I'll try to catch up. So I vehemently disagree. So there's this idea that culture is somehow soft, that it is secondary, that what we really need is science and technology, and it's great if we can attach some art and ceremony to that. But I vehemently disagree with that sentence. Not only does science and the types of questions scientists ask spring from culture and spring from cultural priorities, but it's also the very thing that determines whether a population is actually able and willing to act on scientific recommendations. In my assessment, lack of cultural support is the major roadblock to action with dominant institutions. And that doesn't mean there's not great people in these institutions or that the institutions themselves aren't well-meaning. But action and mobilization is complex. It's holistic. It derives from all of society, not a single person or a single institution. And without the right kind of cultural support, institutions will often be paralyzed even in the face of emergencies. So the international team I belong to, which is a coalition of organizations and people called Nature Needs Have, really asked the question, how much nature do people need to survive? And I think I'm like jiggling this cord, and so, whoops. And so my PowerPoint is going in and out. If not, I can go on without this, but, oh, there we go. Thank you. I will not move. I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to breathe on it. Okay. How much nature do people need to survive? There's an answer to this question. In fact, there's not just an answer, there's a scientific consensus that involves hundreds of, if you look at the surveys that have been done, hundreds and thousands of scientists around the world who've all agreed that, in general, we need at least half. And I'll get into some of the facts for that. But basically, the general answer is tipping points. At approximately half, and this isn't the exact percentage for every single, but across ecosystems, it's half. Because what happens is you have tipping points. You cross a threshold where the ecosystem precipitously loses functionality. So for example, I'll let Chuck deal with this. So for example, if you have an ecosystem that, let's say, produces oxygen, right? A rainforest, and it produces a lot of oxygen, you lose, and this isn't, rainforest is a terrible example because you actually don't need half a rainforest. If you only have half of a rainforest left, you've lost that rainforest. You need 80% of rainforests. But grasslands, for example, you need 40% intact, approximately, a little bit more, 40% intact in order to maintain the functionality of that environment. So let's say you cross that tipping point and suddenly you only have 25%. Do you still have 25% of the ecological functionality? Is that grassland still serving you at 25% capacity? No, it's only serving you at 5% capacity. The ecological services have precipitously dropped off. So what happens is that this happens ecosystem by ecosystem. You lose half, you precipitously lose the functionality. And what's more is that there have been a number of scientists who've applied this to the entire biosphere. Once you lose more than half of the biosphere stops supporting you. That's what the theory is, that you're going to precipitously lose functionality. For hundreds of millions of years, 100% of our planet has been wild. It's been intact. It's been healthy. And life has flourished. That is because wild places are the living green engine of life, producing everything life needs to thrive: the oxygen we breathe, the formation of soils that feed us and the animals, and the regulation of temperature and weather patterns. Only in the last 10,000 years has the wild been in retreat. And only really for the last 150 years or so has that retreat begun to jeopardize the functioning of ecosystems upon which all life depends. No worries. It's all right. The only really important slide is a map at the end, so that's fine. In fact, in just 30 years' time, North America has lost, and there was somebody earlier today who was talking about the birds. I believe it was Mr. Two Dog. North America has lost 30% of its native bird population, That's 3 billion individuals. The biggest culprit has been habitat loss, the same habitats that combined result in our largest carbon storage facilities, that are therefore our greatest ally in the climate emergency, are also home to the wildlife that are our distant relatives and that help nature remain in balance. Oh, it's Safari. I'm on Google Slides. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Okay, and so I'm just gonna, yeah. Okay, so we have a couple of the facts here that I'm talking about. I was just mentioning birds, 30%, but also there's a recent study that came out. 70%. There's been a 70% decline in animal, bird, and fish populations since 1970. 70% fewer animals on the planet. Earth's wilderness, we've lost 10% of it in the last 30 years. We've also lost, it depends on which study you're looking at, but we've lost anywhere between 50 and 70% in the last 100 years. Oops. And 1.4 billion people derive their livelihoods from these wild areas. All of us depend on them to live. Like, all of us are depending on the services that come from those areas. But 1.4 billion people, many of them indigenous, a lot of them local subsistence communities, they actually depend immediately every day on those places for their dinner, for whatever nourishment they receive. I'm just going to stay back here. I'm afraid of the cord, though. Whoops. Tipping points. Okay. I'm going to leave this up for now, even though I'm not quite there, but I don't want it to go away. In terms of direct impacts on the climate scientists say we must reduce the amount of carbon in the atmosphere to 350 parts per million. That's pre-industrial levels from 150 years ago. They also say that if we reach 450 parts per million, that's the tipping point for catastrophic change. Change that after that point, we may not be able to adapt quickly enough to. So where are we right now? Does anyone know where we are in terms of parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere? What was that? 420. Yes, bingo. We're at 420. We need to get to 350. 450 is like the real danger zone. We're at 420 right now. Guess how much carbon Earth's primary forests store? Our ancient primary forests store approximately 100 parts per million carbon. Should we lose even a fraction of those forests that's storing all of that carbon for us, we blow past that 450 target because all of that carbon gets released into the atmosphere. The flip side of that is, should we restore some of those forests, and should we restore some of the peat bogs, we can draw down more carbon from the atmosphere. And so actually, when we help nature heal, she helps us heal as well. So that's a brief overview of the argument for why we have to protect half. The climate system and nature are not two separate systems. They're interlinked, they're interdependent. And as we protect nature, we also work to help reduce climate change, and we restore our greatest ally in terms of the climate crisis. So a little bit about the history of this half idea, because it kind of comes from two worlds. The first world is that of contemporary science. Back in the 1970s, a research team called the Odums family, they were in Florida doing the first research on ecosystems and what the tipping points were, how much was needed. And they concluded that in the ecosystems that they were researching, that they needed approximately half. This idea was carried forward in ecosystem after ecosystem until the 1990s, a scientist named Reed Noss was the first to apply it to the entire biosphere and suggested that if we don't protect at least half the biosphere, we'll lose that. Meanwhile, there was another line of thinking that was happening. And for centuries, really probably for millennia, I think indigenous people, and I hesitate to say this term because for me it doesn't have the same meaning as it does for you, but there's this idea of reciprocity, that we live in a world and we reciprocate the gifts that we give from that world, and we reciprocate respect for that world. So this idea of reciprocity, which is really, at least from my organization's point of view, the very foundation and basis, the ethical basis for half. Additionally, there was an indigenous leader, Herb Norwegian, who at the time was chief of the Dene Decho people, who made a declaration in the early 2000s that he would protect half of his territory because it was the right thing to do. And he was very influential on the leaders of my organization, the president of WILD, Vance G. Martin, and also at the time, the vice president of policy and conservation programs, Harvey Locke. So in 2009, my organization became the first international NGO to make a declaration for half. We did so in Merida, Mexico at the 9th World Wilderness Congress. And it was kind of a, frankly, what the hell moment, because conservation really wasn't there. They weren't talking about these very large scale targets. And we said, look, we need to transform the relationship between society and nature. And we need to protect half. That's what the science says. Interestingly enough, just as a little aside, when we came out with that declaration in 2009, we received a lot of feedback, and most of it wasn't exactly positive. In fact, one of the emails we received from a very prominent, very prominent global conservation institution and a leader within that said, and we eventually framed this email, by the way, you can find it in our office, but it said, I would be crazy. Of course, privately, I agree with you. Half is the target, but I would be crazy to come out and publicly say that because I would be laughed at just as you're laughed at now. But that didn't stop us because we felt it was the right thing to do. So where are we today then with half? Well, there are a couple of really important maps that you should check out. And those resources are going to be in the back of my PowerPoint presentation, and we'll post it online. You can click on the links and go directly to those resources. But, and one that I'm actually not showing here because it's so big and it's so informative, you really need to sit down and look at it and explore it on your own. But that's the Global Safety Net, and it was put together by One Earth, Carl Burkhart, Eric Dinerstein, Carly Vinn, and a team of international scientists. And that map not only shows that we have approximately half still intact, but only just half, maybe a little less now, actually. And it also shows what areas are needed most for climate stabilization and the preservation of threatened species, and how we can make corridors across ecosystems so that nature is connected to itself. But the map I'm showing you here, which is just a reproduction to kind of clean it up a little bit, again, you can go to the website in the resources and look at the real map. The map that I'm showing you here was produced by Harvey Locke, and it's called the Three Conditions. It shows three types of lands, and so the green lands are the remaining wild areas that are still mostly intact, and that makes up about 26-27% of the planet still. We have less wilderness than we've ever had. Then there are the shared lands, which make up about 56% of the planet. Those are in black, and those are places where ecological functionality is still intact. It may be degraded and less than it was, but it's still intact. But there's also quite a bit of human activity in those areas. And then finally, you have cities and farms, which make up the remaining percentage, and those are in red. What I like about this map is it suggests 3 different broad policy types for how to handle each area. So the first, large wild areas, they need to stay that way. They absolutely, we can't go below this. And that doesn't mean putting a fence around it and kicking out all the people, because there are people living in these areas. But what it does mean is ensuring that there's systems in place and that they have the support, that these places remain the way they are. The second is working in shared lands to enhance ecological functionality and to educate the populations that are there, to give them the tools and resources that they need, and the support that they need to continue to support the nature around them, while also allowing for the continuation of human activity. And finally, in the red areas, in the cities and farms, it's reducing consumption, it's reducing impact. Those are the types of policies that we should focus on. I want to get to the word protected. I said I wasn't going to use that, but it needs to be addressed because it's evolving. And that doesn't mean, because it's evolving, that we're not going to have any more problems with it. But it is, there are some positive developments, not silver bullets, but positive developments coming there. So right now at COP15, and Andrea Carmen has a lot to say about this, not all of it good, most of it probably not good. But there's at COP15 right now, there's work on essentially a second category of area-based conservation that's not a protected area. It's not a national park, it's not a nature reserve, it's not a national forest. It's called an OECM, Other Effective Area-Based Conservation Measure. And it's not official yet, but OECMs tend to be in the areas where indigenous people have stewarded that land with their cultural values, institutions, and traditions for millennia. And they do not involve a national or federal government coming in and making a designation. There's simply something that the conservation community can say, okay, that area it's intact and it's not going anywhere because there are values and institutions on that land that are preserving it. This, like I said, is not going to be a silver bullet, and without oversight and without the consent of indigenous peoples, I'm sure it can go haywire too. But it is it is something that I believe could be a positive development and could help with both the preservation of nature at the scale we need and also the preservation of the people and cultural values that are most adept at protecting nature. So if you count what we have protected right now, what is in official protected areas at the moment, as well as what it comes under the indigenous land tenure of what would essentially be OECM categories, we have 17% protected, and we have approximately another 10 to 15% in OECMs. That gets us to 30%. We have 30% of the planet that has institutions upon it, social institutions that more or less should be able to preserve those areas intact. There's, at the moment, a movement that we're allied with, my organization, the Wild Foundation, is allied with, and that we support, called 30 by 30. We, of course, believe that 30 by 30 needs to be a milestone to half, because half is the real target. But we recognize that this is progress in terms of recognition of how much nature we need to survive. So 30 by 30 can be done a lot of different ways, okay? And right now, I think there is this assumption that if we can just slap the OECM label on a bunch of lands, We have our 17% protected. We have our 10 to 13% in OECMs, and we're there. We're at 30 by 30, and it's 2022. Hooray! But this is a critical decade in our history. It's a critical decade for the climate. It's a critical decade for biodiversity. And I personally don't want to spend the next 8 years basically in a nature accounting exercise. We need to be adding to the land that we're, one, restoring, and two, ensuring through one mechanism or another that it's not going to be degraded. For me, it's not enough to just say, oh, we have 30%, let's go. We need to be adding to it. But we need to be doing so in a way that does not violate Indigenous people's rights and does not take from them any more land that has already been taken. In fact, I would like to do so in a way that restores land to Indigenous peoples. So for the next 10 years, I would like to see 30 by 30 and half focus not just on adding new protected areas on non-Indigenous lands and that are not contested by Indigenous people, while also working with Indigenous peoples through their treaty rights and other mechanisms to expand their land tenure and to work on systems where Indigenous tribes are managing the areas that are vital for the survival of human civilization. This then is, while 30 by 30 could be a threat because it could be done in the wrong way, 30 by 30 and half could also be an opportunity should we successfully engage more Indigenous communities in a coordinated alliance to ensure these goals. This gets back to the beginning of my presentation and the importance of alliances and of culture. Because when we act alone, both in terms of our own cultures as well as in terms of one culture or another, when we act alone, we're weak. And we don't have the strength that we need to face the challenges that we currently face, which are of planetary proportions. But when we act in a united way, you together with multiple tribes from around the world, and hopefully us together in alliance, a respectful alliance that involves equal participation and equal consent on both parts, then we may have a chance of actually overcoming the challenges that we face. That's why Mr. Two Eagle and I have been in talks about how the Oceti Sakowin can engage with 30 by 30 and half more. And we worked on a grant proposal earlier this year in order to initiate a global Indigenous Peoples Alliance for the governance and stewardship of the biosphere. That would initially involve 15 representatives from tribes from North America and 5 from international tribes. And I hope in the next few years, should we secure enough funding, would involve 15 representatives from North American tribes and 15 representatives from international tribes. The goal of this alliance would be to provide oversight over the implementation of 30 by 30 and half, to ensure that it's being done so with respect to Indigenous cultures. But I have a slightly bigger goal, and I think that the founders of Nature Needs Half have a slightly bigger goal too, because it was never our intention to merely protect half the planet. That's just an objective. It's our intention to transform human civilization into a respectful and healthy and sustainable relationship with nature. But as we've seen, the dominant civilization right now probably doesn't have the knowledge or expertise to do that on its own. We need outside voices, a completely different perspective, to help us learn and to take the actions that we need to get there. So it's my hope that should we establish this Indigenous Peoples Council, that it would act as a leadership body, and through a body of trustees that serve at the discretion of the Indigenous leaders on this council, and that are only there to advise, not there to decide, that this body of trustees would come from business, from leadership, from land management agencies, and would hopefully be the links between the larger civilization and the recommendations of the leaders on this council, so that they can begin to teach the rest of the world the values and institutions that they need to implement, the cultural structures that they need to restore in order to restore a healthy and respectful relationship with nature. It's my opinion that the threat we face now, the climate crisis, the extinction crisis, it's a byproduct of imperial culture. Indigenous peoples didn't cause this, and so it's a bit unfair for me to come to you asking for help solving it. But I believe that your help is needed and that you care about the health of the biosphere. And despite the fact that you're not to blame, you still will hold yourselves responsible. It's too big, this challenge we face, for any one person or institution to solve on its own, for any one culture to solve on its own. It is at one level unfair to ask for native solutions. Nothing is ever certain in this world, and we are all only as good as our last gunfight. But I believe that the climate emergency is also an opportunity to demonstrate the vital necessity of native cultures and perspectives, and hopefully the need for their continuation and expansion in the decades and centuries to come. Thank you for the invitation to address you on the subject, and I'm ready for any questions or comments that you may have, although I think I'm at time, so.
Well, thank you, Amy. Let's give her a round of applause for that. There's a lot of things in there that she said. I think we'll take one question before we move on. Andrea, Carmen, please.
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment more, and Amy and I have talked about this at length. I need to inform you that the 30 by 30 program is seen by many Indigenous peoples around the world as the biggest land grab of Indigenous peoples' lands and territories and resources since the original period of colonization. In fact, there are so many human rights violations being carried out in the name of conservation, including the 30 by 30 program, which countries developed without the input of Indigenous peoples at all. So free, prior, and informed consent, that train already left the station on this one. But there are so many rights violations occurring under this program, including the UNESCO creation of World Heritage Sites, etc., that the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Francisco Calizay Pancho, who many of you know, he was our IITC board president for 20 years following Bill Means in that role, actually did a human rights study, one of his two studies this year, and just reported on the results of the study on 30 by 30 and protected areas, etc., to the UN General Assembly last week, documenting 30 by 30 and protected areas, etc., to the UN General Assembly last week, documenting I agree with her point. Anyway, I just wanted to say that we may be able to, Indigenous peoples are already well formed internationally to work on addressing this issue, and will do so at COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity. But it may be something that is not able to be saved unless the countries involved, the parties to the Convention on Biodiversity, actually put into place what the UN Declaration calls for, which is to legally recognize and demarcate Indigenous peoples' lands, including recognizing and implementing upholding treaty rights and other land rights before these programs are even discussed. But this is not part of the plan. This is not part of the policy that's being carried out. So I just needed to share that with you about what the views internationally are among Indigenous peoples, and including, I think, here relating to, I was there at the Oceti Sakowin meeting when the Black Hills National Forest people came and presented this co-management plan under 30 by 30 to Oceti Sakowin. And the question was, how did the Black Hills National Forest get even implemented when this is treaty land? Who said that was okay? So I just needed to bring this up maybe as a balance. I'm not challenging in any way Amy's good intentions, but the reality of this program as something that the UN has begun and over 100 countries have already signed on to without these rights in place. Mainly we're in a defensive mode and trying to, put a halt to this kind of thing. Not that we don't believe in conservation or areas should be safeguarded. Traditional use areas probably is a better word for it. But I just needed to bring this up as somebody who's, as an organization that's very involved in this process, basically fighting it. Thank you.
I just want to say Andrea's point is really important because UNDRIP has to be a part of this, and it's not been a part of it at all. I also want to mention another example of a place where Indigenous peoples have taken the leadership on large-scale conservation. And last year, COICA, the Alliance of Amazonian Tribes, called for protecting 80% of the Amazon by 2025. And so I think that there is a way for Indigenous communities to be involved and to lead in this large-scale conservation efforts. And we see that with the Dene Decho people, we see that with COICA, and that we need to enhance that to the best of our ability now because there's a lot that's at stake.
Well, thank you. I think that's a great conversation for sure in terms of the future and how we work together on an international scale for sure. We're winding down to our final presentation today, and he'll be joining us from Zoom. And so his name is Chris Honahnie. Chris is a member of the Hopi tribe. He's part of the International Treaty Council. Chris is a Hopi language speaker and is rooted in the traditions of the Hopi dry land agriculture. Chris participates in and organizes various tribal, national, and international food sovereignty conferences and trainings. He was also selected to be an Indigenous youth presenter at the UN Food Systems Summit at the General Assembly in September of 2021. So with that, Chris, are you there? Please acknowledge.
He's coming up. Sound. Chuck.
Chris, we don't hear you yet. He's talking. Since I have the mic here and we're waiting for Chris, we have an announcement, a flyer, if you will. Before you go, Reno, there's Reno Red Cloud right there. Reno, raise your hand, will you? Give us your Tancha wave. We have a Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance 2022 Water Conference. That's November 16th and 17th at the Lodge in Deadwood. Oh, that's a fancy place, isn't it? No gambling allowed for the conference attendees. But my friend, I know Reno's here, and Syed, you're here as well. So talk to those guys about the conference coming up. Reno, can you share a little bit about what the conference is about?
Okay, my name's Reno Red Cloud. I'm with the Oglala Sioux Tribe Water Resource Department, and I've been a Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance board member since 2013. Syed Huck's on there, Doug Krogost, Syed's from Rosebud, Doug Krogost is Standing Rock, Elizabeth Wakeman's from Flandreau, Mary Jane Guerno is from Lower Brule. But we're having a conference, an annual water conference in Deadwood Lodge on November 16th to the 18th. There's some flyers up here, but it's an opportunity for everybody to come together because the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance was a spinoff of the Minnesota group years ago for protecting our treaty water rights. Then it went into the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance in 2006. Then it continued on and it died out for a few years, but got resurrected in 2013. But right now, a lot of our issues are protecting the Black Hills and the treaties, our water rights, and then our issues with mining, oil pipelines, everything that affect the Oceti Shakoi. So, but it'd be a good time if you guys wanted to. We have a website, tribalwateralliance.org. Plus, there's going to be some flyers, but it'd be a good time to come together and not only go over water rights and treaty rights, but climate change issues too. So, time to update all the tribes. It'll be in November, and you guys are all welcome to attend. Thank you.
You know, I do starting to feel like I'm going to be a powwow MC someday. But someday, not there yet, obviously. I was presented this flyer here called OcetiVote.org all weekend, October 22nd and 23rd. Looks like it's a basketball tournament. So it's a free event. You can register your 3-on-3 team. So where's Tim Mintz at? Maybe we can have a team. Tim, you still can play, can't you? We'll have fun. But it's a weekend celebration, the culture of Oceti Shankowi and lifting up the native vote. Attend and enjoy basketball, hand games, music, singing contests, food and art vendors. So you can go to the website ocetivote.org. You're welcome to do that. As we get ready for this, I know we have some final comments and things at the end of today, but at least for me as facilitator and listening to the talks, I do really appreciate the comments and the content, the knowledge that was shared today from all of our speakers. We had a variety of speakers, right? We had many different people from different perspectives, different organizations, and all talking about this idea of climate and the future and how we as the Lakota people, in particular the Oceti Shankowi, can prepare for that climate change. And really thinking a bit about our organizations together here. What are we doing that we can address that? It was really good to see that high school. I don't know if you caught that, but all those young guys came in and gals came in. They're from Rapid City Central, which is the largest high school here in town. And they have a tremendous Native student population there. And I was glad that they're here, and I shook hands with some of them as they were leaving. But again, I think that's part of the work that we have to do as sort of the adults in the room is how do we work with our young people? We heard suggestions here then today about that, and we're going to hear from Chris and others these 2.5 days here about programs and activities, and also what are those opportunities? What are opportunities that we have to engage our young people in the importance of this work? I really appreciate the thoughts again about how our elders and knowledge children talked about the importance of language. And I know that we're looking at that as well. You've seen examples of that, how the language becomes part of programs, part of things that are online. Even those, they call it mesonets, right? It's a connection of weather stations across the state of South Dakota And now that we can translate those from English to Lakota and Lakota to English, I've never thought I'd see that in my lifetime, but there it is. What are other ideas that we can do? Um, Part of this work also is to set an agenda. What are those important topics that we're hearing today that we need to focus on? What's going to organize us again beyond just the historical connection of Oceti Sakowin, the culture of it, the spirituality of it, but what else can it? And so I think the work that we're doing here today again is going to begin to outline some of those ideas. We have people here in the room that are taking notes, are putting things down in terms of ideas. How do we share those things among ourselves so that we kind of hear again and remember again um, what we're doing? Somebody said, "Tell me and I'll forget. Show me and I'll remember. Let me do and I understand." So we're trying to move from just telling you or sharing about ideas about climate to what can we do so that we understand. Part of the work that we show here as well is that when we talk about climate change, it's a big topic. Now we went global again. You heard our Andrea's work, Amy's work. So they're giving us a big global landscape they're working in right now because we have to be there. I think that's what I heard from both of these, that we have to participate, and we have been participating. But also we have that global scale, then we have the national scale, regional scale, and now the local scale. And I think Syed's point about the water resources and the lakes and Lake Mead, and we see it on the news. What are things that we're doing now as organizations that we can share with one another? What are those opportunities now that we can work together, to glean and gather the funding to do the work needed? One of the things that I work in a lot is data, the importance of data and how tribes can use data for decision making or problem solving. We want to take this time not just to talk about these things, but what are the things that we can do to help solve problems. I'm really glad that as I learn more and more, our tribe on Rosebud has a broadband initiative. You probably heard about that in the news. I think it's around 45 million or so. It takes to build a broadband system on a reservation. And why is that important? Well, when you have broadband internet that comes to every single home on a reservation, that's an opportunity. That's an opportunity for that family, for that young people, begin to look at that technology, you know, to build opportunities and to glean opportunities for themselves and their families. I'm real anxious to see how that's going to roll out. I was told maybe a 2-year time frame is going to take for them to build that so that they can use the internet, and that can be part of a future of a family. I heard that through this broadband initiative, they want to talk about workforce development. How are we preparing our young people to use the internet? How are we preparing our young people to look at the next jobs? What do the future jobs look like for our people, where they can stay in a community and participate and learn the things from our elders? They're close by, the proximity is close by, yet they can be connected to the world and work on things together. There's an initiative that I've been part of through Google. And if you know, some of our local high schools on reservations now are teaching data science and data education. And so Google came to us saying, we want to understand how we might better work with tribal nations and tribal students and tribal schools. So a conversation has started, not only preparing students to learn how to use these data science skills, but also how can that lead to entrepreneurship? How can students create their own companies and own jobs and own small businesses using those things? So that's conversation that started, and then we're talking about curriculum. So how do these schools begin to build data science curriculum in the school so that everybody has an opportunity to learn, not just the really smart ones, right? It's for everybody. Then we're also thinking about the teachers. The teachers are critical in transferring this knowledge to the students because the teachers are there every day. And so we're talking about that as well. And it seems to be exciting times. I tend more to go towards that kind of thing, meaning I support that because I know a lot of Native students are doing that work. And I know that it's important that it comes from the ground up as well. I know with working with Google, there are those cons and pros with that, but I think it's important that we consider those opportunities. And what else can we do? Let's think about the tribal colleges. Are there any tribal colleges here with us today? I know many of, I don't know, I come from the tribal college. I come from Sicangu University, both as a student, and I worked there for 8 years. And I worked on science and I worked on climate change back then. And that was from 1998 to 2008. So I have the familiarity with tribal colleges. I support tribal colleges, and wherever I go, and I do get to travel and speak at many different places, I do promote tribal colleges as important community anchors on our reservations because they've been doing that for over 50 years. And that's important. So what's the connection between Oceti, Sakowin, and tribal colleges going forward? It's good to see my friend Brian Highhorse and his staff here coming and his students coming today because they need to hear this as well. And what does that look like in terms of a collaboration between Oceti and the tribal colleges? Because as we know, tribal colleges are a manifestation of tribal sovereignty, education, our way. So I think these are important things that we need to think about today. And as we think about these next 3 days, what are things that we need to talk about too? Though we have an agenda, we have to start someplace. But what are other ideas that you want to share with us? I get to work with the Jungle Climate Crisis Working Group. I've been part of that group for at least 2 years now. And when we came together, we talked about this idea of building a focal point within the tribe, to work on climate adaptation planning and adaptation work. What are the needs that we need to better understand? What are those things that we can do across the whole tribal organization that can help support tribal adaptation? Not just one department, not just one program, not just one person. But what does that look like, building a climate center? And we also talk about this idea about these two ways of knowing. We heard the Western science approach today from one of the leading climate science people talking about what's going to happen. Then we heard our elders talk about the prophecies and models about what's important and what's our world going to look like. And I think we're finding that we need. I'm an advocate for both. In my opinion, I think we need both at this point in our time. This is a transition point, I think, in our time. It's interesting that Amy and Lewis talked about tipping points. To me, that's kind of scary, Amy, when you say tipping points, because you tip over, right? And can you go back over this way again or not? Is it permanent, or can it rebound back? And talking about saving and working with biodiversity. So I think there's so much things that we can do in a way, but also things that I think we're constrained right now. And I think, we need our communities to work together on these things. We need your input. One of the things that I'm also interested in as Oceti is what I call a collaborative platform. Something that can be used and developed that can share information across the geography. I saw my good friend Tim Mintz here, and I was asked to facilitate a climate crisis summit a year ago at Standing Rock. And I was happy to do that. Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. I can stop talking now. I was struggling. No. Keep going.
Testing.
Go ahead, you're on. Chris, we can hear you. Chris, can you hear us? Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, first off, I'd just like to say thank you all for having me. My name is Chris Honahnie. Ne Chris Honahnie yan pan ma tiwa. Ne lomoke ba yan Hopi ma tiwa. Ne klasifana Viet kita. Hello everyone. My name is Chris Honahnie. My Hopi name is Lomokweva. I'm from Tuba City, Arizona, and I'm Mini Goats clan. And I wanted to share with you all today the importance of drought-resistant seeds and how that will play a major role in our efforts to adapt to and combat climate change, which is the main reason that we're all here today to talk about and to figure it out. And I apologize for not being there in person. I had plans to do that, but a family emergency came up, so I had to stay home. But that also allowed me to be able to be home and also uh, help my family harvest, which we started doing about a week or two ago. Um, and I don't know, are people able to see my screen if I share a presentation? Because I have some slides with some pictures that I would like to show if that's possible.
We can see everything on your screen.
Okay. So let me just pull that up here. And all right, so can you all see this first picture here? So this is a picture of my family's cornfield out at Hopi. This is a blue cornfield, and one of the first things that you notice in this picture is first of all how dry it is. You know, we're high desert farming people, and we experience hot summers and cold winters. But even that's changing these days. We're seeing a more inconsistent weather pattern. We're seeing early frost, late freezes, um, and that is really starting to challenge our traditional ways of farming. Even though we know as Hopi people that we've actually experienced um, climate change before, and we were able to figure out a way to adapt to it or to find ways to um, use alternative methods of growing or finding different places to grow. So we know that we've experienced climate change before. It may not have been to this extent, but we were able to overcome it before in our history. But now we're seeing changes that are more rapid. We're seeing changes that where to our weather where we're seeing every year is something different. Over the past 2 years um, have been very excessive um, rain events during the summertime. And about 3 years ago is when we experienced um, a summer where we had basically no rain at all. And so it's becoming more and more challenging to think about what to expect when it comes to our growing seasons. So, so this field here, um, as I said before, is a blue cornfield, and it's you can tell that we grow a lot different than industrial farmers. Um, as you can see, many of the plants here, they're feet apart from each other. They're not right next to each other. We don't plant um, we don't plant them too closely together because they need the space for their roots to gather the moisture in the ground. So that's kind of one of the methods that I think we may want to start thinking about. And really, this method of farming isn't going to be suitable for a lot of places. It really depends on your location and the amount of moisture your area receives and um, the amount of growing days that you have during the season. So really, this method of farming is um, is really only appropriate for certain locations. But I want to be able to at least talk about the general idea of this and maybe put the idea out there for others to use to adapt to their own areas. So I'll move on to this next picture here. So this is the corn that we harvested from that field later that year. And this corn, this drought resistant variety, um, was able to mature in about 4 to 5 months, I believe it was, because we plant usually around Mother's Day, um, and then we'll be harvesting right around this time of year, so about October. And so this corn really was not irrigated using um, any water from any surface water from anywhere. All of this corn was grown using only rainwater. And so it's really important for us to think about the weather pattern that we're experiencing these days and thinking about, what has been um, isn't going to be what's going to happen in our future, because we're just going to have to expect um, very drastic changes over the years. And so this corn here was able to survive um, high heat, um, low rainfall, and we were able to get a good harvest from it. And so once this corn is harvested, it's dried for up to 2 weeks outside in the sun, and it's stored for anywhere from a few years up to maybe even 10 years in just basically an underground um, storage that we have back home. There's no electricity needed or anything. The storage is actually built in the ground, so you're using that natural coolness, that cool moisture from the soil to help to kind of keep the storage area at a nice um, low temperature. Even during the hot summer months, we're able to really save the seed, and that's also a really important part um, about thinking about our foods for the future is storage. How are we going to store our foods? What's going to be the most um, efficient and effective way to store these foods for the future without without relying on electricity or fossil fuels or um, any of those things? We want to think about storing our foods in the most natural way possible. And we've done it all. I think almost every single indigenous community has a certain way of storing their foods using very low cost and very low impact storage methods. So we also grow white corn, which is also shares the same drought resistant um, capability that the blue corn has as well. Um, this white corn here also takes about the same amount of time to mature as the blue corn. And it just goes to show you that there are many different varieties of of seed that will be able to resist drought. And so really I can only really speak for the areas that are going through drought or are experiencing drought, because that's really all I know. I'm not very familiar with other parts of the world where they might be seeing increased rainfall or increased snow um, or lowering temperatures. What I'm getting used to or experiencing now is high temperatures and lower um, moisture precipitation levels. So I just want to be able to share that as well. But I, you know, I at first actually, when I first started helping my family farm, um, I never really thought about it as anything more than just being put to work, as basically being a chore. Um, I, basically had no choice but to go out and help my family every year to do this work and to learn about these seeds and to do these things. But I'm thankful for it now, because it really has taught me a lot about um, who we are as Hopi people, who we are as indigenous people, who we are as farmers, and thinking about all the generations that have passed the seed down onto us. We don't buy our seed from any companies or anywhere outside of Hopi. We save a majority of all the seed that we produce, and we want to be able to have it for at least the next 4 to 7 generations ahead. So we're always thinking ahead. We always have to think about next year and think about the year after that, and just to be able to have a backup plan just in case something really bad happens. Say, um, we don't get enough snow, which we're starting to experience a lot more these years. Is that we're seeing very reduced snow levels in our area, and snow is very important so that it's able to put that moisture in the ground before the planting season starts, so that we're able to so the seed is able to use that residual moisture that's in the soil already from the snow melt, so that it gets a head start in growing. So um, my mom and my grandma were kind of the main ones who really taught me the importance of our seeds, and telling us that these seeds um, are are living beings, and they're basically unborn children as well. So what we're taught is that when we plant, we're basically um, we're creating life that we're going to have to be responsible for the remainder of the growing season. So we basically have to think about these seeds as our own children. We have to think about them like that. We have to treat them like that, um, and just try to give them as much attention and love as possible, because then that will allow them to fully mature and live their full life cycle. So I was always taught those things, and taught you know to talk to them and to sing to them, and just be there with them, and just to think about them as my own children, so that I put that same amount of respect into this, just as I would um, with um, with my children or with any of my other family members. So the importance of our seeds really um, is something that I really try to share with other young farmers as well, farmers or young people who may not have had the same experiences as I have, had growing up, growing corn, growing beans, all sorts of different crops. And I'm very fortunate to have had that experience. But I know that there are others who haven't had that experience. So I've taken it upon myself to be able to share whatever knowledge I have with any young farmers, because we need more farmers. We need more food producers. We need um, we need more knowledge holders who have this experience of growing our foods, producing our foods in a traditional way. And so this picture here shows you the taproot of the corn, and you can just see how far that taproot will go down into the soil to find the moisture. And I pulled this one up because when we plant, we usually plant about 10 seeds per hole, and um, when they're about 2 feet tall, we'll go and we'll thin out each hole to about 6 stalks. And so this was one of the stalks that I felt like was was smaller than the others and wouldn't have much of a chance compared to the other stalks. So this is the one of the seedlings that I had pulled out because I thought it wasn't going to make it. But when I did, I realized how long those roots are and how long, um, how far down, how far deep these roots will go just to find that moisture. And so I kind of thought about it more, and I basically admitted that I underestimated um, the ability of our seeds in our food, and so I wanted to just keep this picture just to serve as a reminder to me that our foods are are very intelligent, and they're very powerful as well. They they really serve as a reminder to all of us about the resiliency that we all have as indigenous peoples. Everything that we've experienced in our past, we'll basically be able to find a way to get past it and to get through it. And so, looking at this corn here, that just really served as a reminder to me that I need to continue this work. I need to continue farming and sharing my experience and my knowledge in it, and encouraging other young indigenous people to continue to practice um, their traditional food systems, but also to make sure that they're tying it in with their language, with their history, and every other aspect of their culture, because our food really um, serves as nourishment not only to us physically, but spiritually, mentally, emotionally. And so, food isn't just something we eat; it's um, something that nourishes us in all the different ways. So, really, my experiences in this work really has led me to travel to a lot of different places and to speak in different places, to share my experience and knowledge in different places. Um, and so, in this picture here, I was invited to participate in the United Nations Convention to combat desertification, land degradation, and drought in New Delhi, India, back in 2019. And I believe I was the first representative from the International Indian Treaty Council to actually attend this convention. And it's one of the newer ones, one of the newer conventions. And so um, we're we're really excited to be able to continue our participation in this convention. I was invited as a youth farmer to attend and to share my knowledge about um, what we're experiencing back home at Hopi when it comes to drought and how it's affecting our livelihood and our culture and our language and our foods. So while I was there, I was able to speak on that um, and to let other youth know that um, what we're experiencing in our area um, isn't just happening there. We know it's happening in all different parts of the world, and we know that indigenous peoples all across the world are experiencing similar things. But we should be able to come together um, as a group to find solutions, to find ways to overcome these things together. Um, Even though we might not um, live right next to each other, we might live on opposite sides of the world, but we'll be able to create um, a positive movement to be able to encourage other youth to learn about ways of combating and adapting to climate change. Um, and so um, at the end of the convention, um, we were able to draft a, um, a statement representing the youth in our position in regards to climate change and how we see it and how we feel that we're gonna be the main ones um, to to live through the impacts of this climate change um, generations. So we want to be able to have uh, a voice. We want to be able to have a seat at the table to voice our opinions and voice our perspectives because we're going to be the ones to really um, to live through the impacts of climate change here. So I felt like this was a very important moment um, at this time, and I hope to um, take another one of these pictures again at the next um, climate change conference. But I want to be able to have more indigenous people there because I was um, only one of a few indigenous youth who actually were there for this. So I want to be able to see if I can get um, more indigenous youth to be a part of this this effort here. So with all of that, really, I think I don't know, is it time for questions and comments or anything else like that? I think this is my last slide.
Go ahead.
Chris, could you talk about what you're doing with the youth at the upcoming climate conference of the parties?
Yes. Um, so at the next UN Climate Change Conference, COP27 in Egypt, I am a co-lead um, in organizing a youth, um, Indigenous Youth Roundtable activity where we're inviting a certain number of youth to attend and to be able to share um, their perspectives on climate change and to share and exchange knowledge with each other um, at that COP next month. Um, we're hoping to um, create a very open and inclusive space there where we're not gonna really focus on a lot of technical language or anything like that. We want to be able to have everyone there speak what's on their mind and to be able to share freely without feeling intimidated um, by the overall um, big picture of the whole convention. But for the youth that aren't going to be able to be there in person, we want to be able to open up a virtual space so that youth from all over the world can attend and be on either through Zoom or through other means. But we want to be able to make sure that we include as many youth as possible, and we want to make sure that we try to overcome any barriers that there might be for youth that might not be able to connect. So that's what's going to be going on next month at the next climate change convention.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Andrea, for your question, and we appreciate it. Again, thank you for being a part of this conference. We're looking forward to tomorrow. I know you're scheduled also to give another youth perspective on some of the work that you're doing. I think that'd be very helpful to our conference. So thank you. At this time, we're ready to wrap up here for this day, and we want to thank you for your time and your patience working with us here today. And it's always good when we can gather in the Chesapa to talk about these things like we are. And it's always good that when we come together, as was said earlier, that we still have our traditions, we still have our ways of being and how we do these kind of meetings. And so with that, I'm going to call upon our chief organizer here, our chief planner here, to close us with some closing remarks. And after that, we'll have our drum group also come and give us a good song here to close out our day. So with that, I want to ask our he wants me to call him our Itancha here to come and close us out today with some good words. Oh.
Aho, Pilamayalo. First of all, I want to da petu ki taku washishte nahu cha wopele chicha. I want to say thank you to Lakota People's Law Project, Thunder Valley CDC, Earth Stream Media, and Oglala Sioux Tribe Secretary's Office for bringing their system so that we could was able to talk with Chris over that system. So I hope tomorrow, Chuck, we could fix all the problems that we're having, because there's going to be some more presenters. Like MTI's Rangwala is going to be on Zoom also. So today we learned quite a bit. The spiritual knowledge, water, the change, stewarding the land, drought resistant seeds. So tomorrow we look forward to another full day. But I do want to let you know that we will have dessert after the noon. Also welcoming those that arrived late. I see our treaty elders come in. Bill Means, it's good to see you, Bill. I haven't seen you in a while. Bill usually check in at the Rosebud office in a while. And our elders from Cheyenne River, Vivian, and the group that they came in. So I hope to see everybody come back tomorrow. Try not to leave after lunch. Hang around with us, and all of the Oceti Sakowin that are here. Tim Mintz from Standing Rock, Hunkpapa, and Terry Hotchkiss, and also the 4 bands at Cheyenne River, and all my Sicangu relatives that are here. they stuck with it. Fremont and Delano and Steve and Dwight and Claude. Claude. Claude, did you want to say something in closing? I'll give you the floor, and then we'll give us a closing prayer for today when you're done. Claude Tuak of the Sicangu Treaty Council.
Oha. Atro que a vou para chicha, tona ya hippie. Maka Sitomni. And wama kashkan taku. Nipi ki hana ankaki ya. Lanta tu. Ya hippie and vou para chicha. Troca. Tajemi taki tokala hochuka. Wa okya o money imancha. Chala 1987 وهي تيوشباي ميتخاكي هي تاجيما كوبي تا واشيتو ولaki. Good afternoon. My name is Claude Tuak, Sicangu Treaty Council, and been sitting here listening to all the presenters and listening to Tashi Rick. I was just going to pull my sled out, what grandma gave me years ago. When he said there's not going to be any snow, I'm going to have to put my sled away again. That's kind of something that it's coming. It's coming. It's when I was growing up, these grandmas, they were saying that, and that was in the latter 50s, early 60s. They were saying that the earth changes were coming because of what they went through as little girls. They know that the women are Lakota, Nakota women used to talk to the plants, and the plants would honor them because they would sing their prayer to them. Every plant had a prayer, and they sang that prayer, and these plants will bring their healing energy or their sustenance for us to live through the stem up to for them to harvest. And so those connections we used to have, where did that go? So this is the thing that I like to stress is that where did the medicine of our people, where did that go? In 1868, there were two medicines. One was good and one was not good. And the good one is the Chanupa Wakanki. The ones that were there, we still have that treaty, and it's law, it's legal. And the other one that's still pulling our people is the alcohol. I seen these black and white pictures, and they were Lakota standing with Calvary sharing a jug. I asked, what is that? And he said, it's whiskey. Which ones are we still following strongly? Which one of these peyotas? So these things that I always stress is that we need to heal our people. These spiritual wounds are deep inside of us, and we need to start letting go. The fourth part of ceremony is releasing. We need to learn how to release the traumas, all the many traumas that our people went through. These are still historical trauma it's in our DNA, and why we behave and our youth behave, learning from us as adults. and nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares. So these things we need to, we're starting a group on Sicangu Makoche. We're asking men and women who don't drink, who don't use drugs, to join our group. Those things need to be changed. Peshuta, Awashteste, and Honahnie, Ulakota, Oceti Sakowin, Honahnie Washag, Duktekte Maka Sitomni Omani, and a Washag Omani, Chanupa Maka, Dakawa Kankana Yuhamani. These teachings that they grew up with, the respect and the love they had for our youth, our elders, for each other. Teoshpakana, Lunatanka. Some of our Teoshpas were very large, but all loved each other and helped raise their children as family. Where did that go? That's how I got my name, trying to help 18 communities go back to healing. One liquor store ruined that way of life where family members don't get along anymore. Sister against sister, mother against daughter, father against son, brother against brother, and on and on. We chokujake ahichba. This sickness of alcohol and drugs needs to stop. We need to let that go. Let that go, because it hasn't helped us. We need to dig deep inside of us and find the true energy of life. Woa kanke ahani. Dukte hana wakon wichasha. Dono woa kan yaha mani hana. Hana pejuta washte yaha mani. A lot of our spiritual people, men and women, help with the medicines of healing. As I look about, there's very few of us. I throw myself in there because I've been struggling helping our communities, our families. Very few of us are left. Our language is disappearing. So we need to understand the language. We need to reunite our people, Oceti Sakowin. We need to start going around these negative barriers and use that hunka. We look about with other tribes are having the same problems. We need to start looking at each other as family to help us live. The plants, the animals, they're all worried. There's a term called wonihimsha. Wonihimsha. The spiritual fear within all of us. We need answers. What are we going to do for our future? What's coming? These things, by letting go, finding unity, finding those answers, because our people are survivors. They've survived many obstacles with our relatives Wamakashka Oyate, the animal nation. We come from the animal nation. We come, this energy of life. Why the fourth pinch of chanshasha that we put in our chanupa? We say, Wamakashka Oyate. We pray for our people, our relatives, the animals. We pray for the energies, the plants that give us life, the water, the air, and all those good medicines that we must hang on to, teach our young people, help them. A lot of them are committing suicide. A lot of them are running toward alcohol and drugs. So these are things we must do as family. So I appreciate all of you that come. I appreciate all of you that are listening. Yeah, na petu ata chicha honcho komani. Tiwahe on kishap ke hana tukzekte hana gakija. Shalan petu na tchokata kya. Pejuta washtek na you harmony po help each other. I thank my Tanashi, Phil, all my relatives that are here, that are pushing for this environmental crisis that we're involved in. And thank you for allowing me to say these few words. So not down wopele chicha. Chanku washte hana akamanipo. Oh, washte wopelado. Forgot. El wochike wa karingte. Hotun kashara ampetu. Washte Yaqui bikaina Maka. Ujamnikaki. Tate vatopa hitwampo. Maka. Wambligalish kakula hitwan on kapo. Am tuailana makochokoma. Tima Yaqui kehana. Wake ake hochokan timaya. Wash agwan po. Wana on kupelo. Wana on kupelo. Sa on kapo he. Chunupa Yaqui kehe. Wash agwan po. Which hokan wash this. Yaqui. Kan wash agwan po. Heche. Wakayon kita. Isam takoja. Natona hena. Nakshina jibshi. Antona makanki. Tiata yankapi. On kapo heche. Ake. Which hosani. Na wo kekta. Natona hena. Chunupa Yahamani. Wash agwan po. Ya wopla. Chicha. Omitaku asa.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Have a good evening, everybody. Stay safe.
Yeah, stay.